여러분 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 오랜만이죠? 읽어드리겠습니다. 힘들어. 자, 방제도 써놨지만 사람들이 자꾸 방송 켜고 배고프다고 하니까 뭐라 해. 구박을 막 해. 그럼 방송 켜기 직전에 드세요. 방송 켜기 직전에 밥을 먹고 켜세요. 아니면 뭐 밥을 충분히 드세요. 그래서 과식을 했더니 뒤지겠어요. 힘들어. 읽기 귀찮다. 안녕하세요. 저거 뭐지? 포인트만 읽어드릴게요. 포인트 쓰신 거만. 도라에러님 6개월 구독 감사합니다. 자, 백설현씨님 안녕하세요. 피카이팅님 안녕하세요. Y4975님 안녕하세요. AKB님 안녕하세요. 진달농님 안녕하세요. 진달능이네요. 진달능님 안녕하세요. 힙스군님 안녕하세요. 큰부리 제비 갈매기님 안녕하세요. 6빌6님 안녕하세요. 유동민님 안녕하세요. 밥밥1905님 안녕하세요. 파마니님 안녕하세요. 캬노9님 안녕하세요. 사이다님 안녕하세요. 마영전님 안녕하세요. 자, 끝. 그리고 의자를 바꿨어. 새로 산 건 아니고 원래 있는 의자가 2개인데 그 2개를 바꿨어요. 위치를. 방송용으로 쓰는 의자를 바꿨어 지금. 그래서 약간 더 삐걱거릴지 어떤지 모르겠어. 한 개 남친 의자인가요? 아니요, 제 거만 2개예요. 뭔 남친 의자야. 지존 김치님 안녕하세요. 의자로 저는 어때요? 별로야. 오늘은 빠르게 원신 전설캐를 하고 싶기 때문에, 그 메인캐를 하고 싶기 때문에 스토리가 굉장히 궁금하거든요? 그래가지고 그래서 투게더를 개빨리 읽어버리고. 길다고요? 그래요? 그러면 어떡하지? 뭐야 이거. 투게더를 개빨리 읽어버리고 바로 원신하러 갑시다. 왜냐면 지금 세상에서 원신하는 사람들 중에 저만 안 깨는 것 같아요. 저 빼고 다 깬 것 같아서 빨리 합시다. 저번에 본 게 여기까지였던가요? 저번에 본 거 캔버스에 젯소를 뿌린 사람. 원신 웹 이벤트에서 자, 배불러서 힘들다. 잠깐만. 거북해. 이렇게 과식한 거 오랜만이야. 너무 힘들다. 원신 웹 이벤트에서 강아지들의 각도가 절묘해요. 강아지들이 왜 안 보여? 됐다. 강아지들이 서로 인사를 하고 있죠. 다들 아시다시피 강아지들은 이렇게 서로의 냄새를 맡게 해주는 게 인사라고 해요. 그래서 이걸 못하게 하면 오히려 쟤 화났나 보다, 쟤 기분이 안 좋은가 보다 라고 생각을 한대. 강아지들 인사를 하고 있다, 사이좋게. 혀를 넣은 것 같다고요? 저 화나 있나요? 저는 강아지가 아니라서 저는, 님들은 개겠지만 전 개가 아니라서 저는 강아지식의 인사는 하지 않아요. 와, 배 터지겠어. 나 베지터야 거의 지금. 그냥 위가 베지터 됐어. 아, 이거 저번에 봤죠? 이거 저번에 작업 방송할 때 잠깐 이거 봐서 같이 논의해주고 껐었는데, 답변 완료. 하루하루 고슈진 삼아 팬아트. 오늘 틀어주신 노래 듣고 어울릴 것 같아서 입혀드렸습니다. 회장님 어느 쪽이 마음에 드시나요? 잘 안 보이나 이거? 헉. 됐다. 이것도 잘 안 보이나? 잠깐만. 이건 어때? 정통파가 좋아요. 아, 이게 약간 그거죠. 왼쪽은 이제 창작물 속의 메이드. 약간 뭔가 짧고 귀엽고 그런 거고, 오른쪽은 약간 정통 그거죠. 아님 말고요. 오른쪽은 진짜로 그냥 집안일 해주는 그런 메이드인 걸까요? 잘 모르겠어 사실. 잘 모르겠고 감사합니다. 벽돌 속의 베이컨님 그려주신 벽돌 속의 베이컨님 감사합니다. 불룩한 것이요. 이거는 손으로 잡고 있는 거예요, 치마를. 그쵸, 머리 모양이 이제 다르고. 그래서 저는 그거라고 생각을 했어요. 처음에 아까 정통파라는 말을 보기 전에 뭔가 그런 걸까라고 생각을 했어. 왼쪽은 십덕후들한테 마지못해 맞춰주는 메이드. 오른쪽은 그냥 메이드인가라고 생각을 했어요. 그것도 어느 정도 맞는 말이긴 하죠. 왼쪽은 이제 창작물 속의 메이드 카페 같은데 나오는 그런 거니까. 리본도 이렇게 있고 이름표도 있고 뭐해 큉도 해주고, 그치? 아무튼 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 소중히 간직할게요. 왼쪽은 창작물 속에서 나오는 메이드. 현실에서는 오타쿠들한테 비위 맞춰주고 많은 돈을 뺏음, 많은 돈을 받음. 오른쪽은 정석적인 진짜 메이드인가요? 둘 다 너무 멋져요. 저는 애초에 이제 오타쿠니까 오른쪽보다는 왼쪽을 먼저 접했으니까, 그래가지고 좋다면 둘 다 좋아요. 전 그러니까 오른쪽만 좋아하는 사람들은 좀 더 뭐라 해야 되지? 그거 아니야? 좀 더 뭔가 역사 좋아하고 이런 타입 아니야? 목 좋은 날 언제 오나요? 제가 한 3일 연속으로 휴방을 하면 올 것 같아요. 3일 연속 휴방을 하면 올 것 같은데 제가 3일이나 쉬면은 여러분이 슬플 거니까. 특히 왼쪽에 오타쿠 재수없어 하는 표정이 너무 좋아. 감사합니다. 소중히 간직할게요. 하트. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 마플샵 굿즈가 도착했어요. 착취한 있음. 굿즈는 이렇게 3개를 샀어요. 근데 가격이 착한 것 같아요. 당장 사야겠다. 착한지는 모르겠고 착한 것까진 아니야. 왜냐면 마플샵 자체가 비싸요. 그러니까 마플샵 자체가 비싸. 그래서 마플샵 중에서는 평범할 수 있긴 함. 먼저 안하길 입어봤어요. 끝없는 과제와 시험에 지친 저의 심정을 잘 표현해줘서 좋은 것 같아요. 자, 유감스럽지만 제가 하나 말씀드릴게요. 자, 공지. 특이에도에 사람 사진 올리지 마세요. 그래서 이제 본인의 피부나 이런 데는 모자이크를 해주세요. 아, 아까 왼쪽의 표정 요거 자주 짓지 않나요? 자주 여러분들 싫어하지 않나? 아무튼 사진은 올리실 때 모자이크를 좀 해주세요. 여기 피부는. 왜냐면 모자이크를 안 하면은 이제 이걸 보고 누군가가 연락을 하고 막 친목을 시도할 수가 있다. 그리고 요것도 사셨다고 해요. 그리고 요것도 샀다고 해요. 뒤에는 뭘까요? 아무튼 케이스 사주셔서 감사합니다. 잘 쓰시면 좋겠어요. 사실 마플샵 자체가 비싸서 제 거라고 딱히 싸진 않은, 그러니까 제 굿즈도 딱히 싸진 않은데 그냥 마플샵 중간 정도는 될 듯? 비싼 축은 아닐 듯? 마플샵에서는 내에서는 그렇게 비싸진 않을 듯? 암튼 감사합니다. 자, 이런 식으로 욕하지 마세요. 짜치네요. 다른 시청자한테 짜치네요 이런 거 하지 마. 요즘 마음에 든 이미지. 와 센즈. 맹구 되게 세 보인다. 그리고 이 표정 좋아. 이거 실제로 센즈가 하는 표정. 유리 이 표정. 천방지축의 시간을 보내고 싶어? 오늘 같은 날은 뭐였더라? 너 같은 꼬맹이는 어쩌고 저쩌고 해야 돼. 뭐야, 난 줄 알았네. 그거 뭐지? 새는 지적이고 어쩌고 저쩌고. 너 같은 꼬맹이는 놀이터에서 그네 타야 돼. 아무튼 저는 일단 맹구가 세 보이는 게 좋고, 유리가 그 센즈가 개그 칠 때 하는 표정이라 좋아. 이거 그거잖아. 두둥탁이잖아. 두둥탁. 두둥탁. 정말 골 때리네. 두둥탁. 그래서 좋음. 그리고 약간 훈이가 가려져 있는 게 웃기지 않음? 한국인이 그렸을까요? 훈이 싫어가지고 이제 가렸음 약간. 혐오 캐릭이라서 가렸음. 회장님 저 이거 뽑았어요. 자, 몸에서 나오는 건 올리지 마세요. 몸에서 배출하는 건 올리지 마세요. 아, 백출쌤을 이거 좀 이상하죠? 굉장히 이상한 표정을 짓고 있는 백출쌤. 천암군 병사는 잘 몰라. 뭐 의사쌤이 독이 있다고 하니까 있나보다. 그런가? 그런가요? 다음 장면. 아, 이분이 푸리나를 거르고 백출을 뽑았다고 하시는. 푸리나를 거르고 백출을 1돌까지. 왜? 푸리나를 거르고 백출을 1돌까지. 아래와 같은 상황에서 네모에 들어갈 말로 알맞은 것은? 그래, 개청자야, 참 잘했어. 자, 그럼 1. 나도 뽑게 돈 내놔. 2. BT 캐스니까 돈 내놔. 3. 나대지마. 4. 기타 덧글로 작성. 답은 왜 나한테 돈을 안 쓰고 백수한테 갖다 바치지? 아, 이거는 약간 맨해라면 할만한 말이죠. 정답은 푸리나를 거르고 백출을 뽑는 당신의 그런 용기 응원합니다. 저희 깃발 좀 달아줄까요? 이상하지 않음 약간? 잘못된 건 아닌데. 그러니까 푸리나 거를 수 있어요. 근데 푸리나를 거르고 백출을 뽑는다. 심지어 돌파 한 번이면 사실 그거거든? 그냥 푸리나랑 백출을 각각 명함으로 뽑을 수 있는 거거든요? 각각 한 장씩을 뽑을 수 있는 건데 굳이 푸리나를 아예 거르고 백출을 돌파를 했다. 그거는 이상하긴 해. 진짜 도박은 하면 안 되겠다. 오늘 가차 방송 포인트 도박에 싹 다 정배에 걸었는데 6만 포인트 달렸어요. 환불해주세요. 잘 걸면 땄는데 왜 정배로만 함? 역배만 노렸어도 됐잖아. 그니까 정배에 6만 걸 동안 역배 6천만 걸었어도 이득 봤을 텐데. 가보죠. 자, 위로 추. 위로해주세요. 여기도 위로치야? 잠깐만요. 아니요, 쾌 안 했어요, 아직. 새로 추가된 쾌 안 했습니다, 아마도. 괜히 스토리 미리 볼까봐. 자, 위로해주세요. 새로운 알바를 다니다가 레시피를 못 외운다고 잘렸어요. 사실 레시피 외우기 싫어서 잘리고 싶긴 했어요. 그래도 잘렸다는 사실이 슬퍼요. 흑흑, 쌍비읍으로 시작하는 카페를 불문해주세요. 쌍비읍으로 시작하는 카페 뭐 있지? 프랜차이즈예요? 쌍비읍? 헉. 그곳. 거기 메뉴 많긴 하지, 근데. 그 다방. 잘릴 수 있죠. 아닌가? 이건 위로가 아닌가? 잠깐만. 어차피 거기 님 없어서 망할 거임. 이거 어때? 이거 위로로서 어때? 이거 위로로서 어때? 최고예요? 다른데 들어가시면 거기는 훨씬 더 잘 될 거임. 님이 있으니까. F 합격이야? 왜 잘할까 그럼? 거기 어차피 다음 주에 아니다. 자, 풀이나 전무 가차 결과. 백자이크를 백자이크까지는 그럴 필요 없긴 했는데. 근데 요거는 이제 모자이크 할만하죠? 병락의 오. 요거는 모자이크 할만해. 백출보다도 더 싫어 이게. 풀이나 전무 가차를 돌렸는데 백출에 병락의 옥이 나왔다. 2개나. 풀이나 전무를 얻고 싶었는데 이게 2개 나왔다. 저처럼. 저는 이번엔 아니긴 했는데 저번에 다른 거 뽑으려다가 병락의 옥을 2개 또 안게 됐어요. 저도. 저희 병락의 옥 피해자 모임에서는 당신을 환영합니다. 아닌가? 좀 다른가? 백출이 있는 거랑 없는 거는 좀 다르긴 하잖아. 그러니까 백출이 있는데 병락의 옥이 있으면은 그렇게 나쁘지 않아요, 사실. 천연 무기인데 좋아요 이거는. 근데 백출이 없는 사람한테 병락의 옥 2개. 좀 다르긴 하다. 자, 환영하지 않아요. 저희 병락의 옥 피해자 모임에서는 백출이 없음에도 병락의 옥을 2개씩 강매당한 사람들만 받습니다. 근데 옷 진짜 별로지 않음? 아니 나 백출을 싫어하는 게 아니 백출이 싫은 게 아니고 옷이 싫으니까 다 싫어진 거예요. 그러니까 사실 그렇게 싫지 않아요. 근데 옷이 싫으니까 뭔가 싫어졌어 점점. 잠깐 보여줄게. 어디지? 제가 좋아하는 외국인 보여드림. 어딨지? 백출 입고 하는 게 있는데 여기. 아 이사장 안녕하세요. 제가 귀엽긴 하죠. 귀여우니까 용돈 줘야겠다 그치? 귀여우니까 용돈을 너무 주고 싶네 그쵸? 이거 잠깐만 한자를 모르겠어. 중국어를 모르겠어. 영상 전체 어떻게 보지 이거? 두고 백출 바이주쌤 차즘 아야 멈춰봐.
이런 거
해무수 보컬님 100비트 원 감사합니다. 100비트 용돈 감사합니다. 돈은 없어요 죄송합니다. 그럴 수 있죠. 채팅이나 밀게요. 근데 원래 무료 눈가는 약간 채팅 가르쳐야 되는 거 알죠? 나 진심 얘가 백출보다 좋아. 왜 보여주냐고요? 왜 보여줬냐면 뭐야 아 조용히 해. 왜 보여줬냐면 옷이 싫다. 자 풀이나 무기는 뭐다? 파이프죠. 대관공 풀이나. 자 이거 글 쓴 사람 어딨어? 지금 있어 여기? 자 이거 뭐야? 해명해. 색깔 칠한 거 뭐야 이거? 자 그런 강조를 하면 안 돼요. 이렇게 하면 알림 가겠지? 알림 갈 테니까 삭제할게요 이건. 혹시 모르니까. 아 관공풀을 강조하고 싶었다. 약간 그 중국을 캐장 시청자가 되면 생기는 일 감동 실화. K6수가 되고 난 후 애니코너에 가면 테니스 왕자 굿즈가 있는지 확인하는 습관이 생겼어요. 며칠 전 가끔 가던 서점에 애니코너를 확인해보니까 테니스의 왕자 굿즈가 보이더라고요. 엔스카이 신 테니스의 왕자님 아크릴 키체인 롱 스티커. 구석탱이에 박혀있어서 좀 속상했지만 인사인인 귀칼과 같은 줄에 있어서 정신승리 가능. 그러게요 귀칼이 여기 있는데? 브랜드별로 있는 거 아니야? 구석에 있는 게 그냥 브랜드가 같은 브랜드라 이렇게 하는 거 아님? 아닌가? 아크릴 체인 4개 샀어요 그래. 허걱헉. 자동 번역. 아크림이 아크릴 키체인 테니프리의 캐릭터가 가득. 총 12종. 포장을 뜯으면 이렇게 이중 포장이 되어 있어서 랜덤의 두근거림이 있어요. 과연 첫 번째 친구는 누구? 일단 이게 전체가 12종이잖아요? 그러니까 메이저 캐릭들만 인기 많고 그런 애들만 있을 거야 아마도. 그래서 충격적인 내용은 없을 것 같아요. 키테 에이시로. 지금 애니메이션 5기를 본 중인 저에게는 초면인 친구예요. 조금 슬펐지만 아직 3개나 남았으니까요. 이 친구 좀 재밌는 친구예요. 일단 뮤지컬에선 좋아 일단. 그리고 얘가 좋은 점. 자, 가쁜 테니스 왕자 얘기 좀 할까요? 자, 기태 좋은 점. 기태 아님. 한국판 이름 기태인가? 몰라. 기태 아님. 기태 좋은 점. 아카야 같은 애는 어정쩡한 못된 애야. 그냥 얘는 아카야는 그냥 사춘기 같은 거임. 근데 키테는 키테는 진짜 쓰레김. 진짜 쓰레기라서 좋음. 키테 개 좋은 점. 진짜 개 웃긴 거 있음. 이게 작가가 한 번 세탁 시도를 했단 말이야. 사실 키테가 그렇게 나쁜 짓 하려고 한 게 아니고, 나쁜 짓을 하려고 한 게 아니고 다 감독이 시킨 거다. 근데 나중에는 지 의지로 나쁜 짓 함. 그냥 세탁을 하려다 말아요 그냥. 그러니까 작가가 뭔 생각을 했는지 모르겠는데 세탁을 잠깐 시도했다가 그냥 관둬 그냥. 그래서 좋음. 그래서 오히려 호감. 그냥 진짜로 이상하고 나쁜 마음 가득한 이상한 놈이라 좋음. 아카야는 그냥 웃기네. 아카야 나쁜 짓은 하지만 정작 옆에서 강형욱 같은 사람이 잘 이끌어주면 착해져요. 혀 내밀고 헤헤거리면서 오리엔더로. 얘는 그냥 그 지도가 필요할 뿐이야. 그냥. 반면 키테 얘는 진짜 쓰레기다. 진짜로 그냥 글러먹은 놈이다. 그 점이 너무 좋다. 그래서 재밌어. 자, 다음 들어가자. 저희 주인공인 애쉬젠 류마군 굉장해. 최애 류마쿤이 나왔어요. 까보고 2초 스턴 걸렸다가 정신 차리고 소리를 질렀어요. 흥분한 상태로 다음 아크릴도 까봤어요. 다음도 류마요 혹시? 류마 2개? 아니에요. 시라이씨. 시텐호지의 부장인 시라이씨. 역시나 초면이지만 예쁘게 생긴 친구네요. 보다 보면 얘도 좋아질 것 같아요. 이 아크릴도. 대망의 마지막. 데즈카. 데즈카 부장. 이 잔망스러운 손봐. 아마 뭐 스매시를 치는 동작이었겠죠? 그러니까 왼팔은 뻗어가지고 라켓을 들고 있겠죠? 근데 이렇게만 보니까 손이 너무 잔망스러워서 약간 열받아. 약간 공주님 행세하는 것 같아서 약간 열받아. 그치? 공주님이 된 부장. 원래 이런 가차운이 없어서 항상 선호하지 않는 캐릭터만 나오는데 이런 경험은 처음이었어요. 캐장 방송을 보니 이런 행복한 일이 생기기도 하네요. 근데 이게 자체가 12종짜리면은 원래 그랬을 거예요. 이게 각 학교 부장급, 그러니까 주인공인 류마랑 학교 부장 1, 2, 3 그런 식으로 부장 몇 명하고 약간 신테니프리 굿즈니까 이제 고등학생 중에도 메인 된 캐릭터들. 애초에 약간 그랬을 거임. 행복 까내리기요. 알았어. F 할게. F로 할게. 기다려봐. 제가 국대 F 할게요. 어떻게 이렇게 정말 어떻게 마음에 드는 캐릭터 위주로 잘 나왔는지 너무너무 신기해요. 그러니까 애초에 다른 캐릭이 없다는 거지. 그러니까 제가 말하고 싶은 거는, 그러니까 제가 싫어하는 건 아닌데 호불호가 갈리는 캐릭들 있잖아? 예를 들면 뭐 카와무라나 아라이, 아니면은 뭐 그런 사람들, 자칼. 호불호는 갈려요, 확실히. 저는 카와무라 꽤 좋아하긴 함. 카와무라 훌륭한 친구지, 그쵸? 앞으로도 테니스 열심히 해야 한다. 컨텐츠 추천. 요거는 이제 그 뭐지? 다른 날에 할게요. 감사합니다. 이거 재밌을 것 같아. 특히 이거 다 재밌겠지만 특히 요 아래 두 개 하나 볼까? 에이, 재미없는데? 약간 그런 거 상상했는데, 그 내가 모르는 거 나와도 적당히 상상해서 지어내는 재미가 있지 않을까? 라고 생각했는데 벌써부터 유명한 거 나왔어. 누구지? 지원해주세요. 그래요. 선엔을 들고 있으니까 선엔을 갖고 있으니까 세넨코 어때? 세넨코. 비슷했다. 오시다 유코래요. 나 이거 알아. 이거 그거잖아. 나에게 천사가 내려왔다에 나오는 어떤 나이 많은 추리닝 입은 여자한테 강아지한테 하듯이 빵 하는 그거잖아. 그거잖아. 이름은 뭘까요? 빵이라고 하니까 빵코일까요? 빵코. 히메사카 노아. 이거 그거잖아. 그 유포리엄 거기서 악기하는 애잖아. 뭔가 알긴 하는데 이름은 몰라. 김선미. 호사카 레이나 비슷했다, 그치? 그니까 비슷했죠? 약간 코사카, 김, 선도 비슷하죠? 그니까 이름에서 이제 비슷하잖아. 이름에 그 어감이 비슷하다. 봐봐, 코사카 레이나. 증명해드림. 봐봐, 코사카 레이나 랑 느낌이 비슷한 단어를 고르시오. 1번 이영애, 2번 김선미, 3번 뭐 그 뭐지? 축구선수 이름 황근출 아니야. 황의주. 봐봐, 보세요. 호사카 레이나랑 비슷한 거. 그나마 이거 아니야? 2번? 그니까 글자의 느낌이 비슷하지 않음? 포사카, 레이나. 레이나는 좀 몰라도 포사카 비슷하다. 키치네코. 아까 천엔 들고 있어서 세넨코라고 한 애 있었는데 얘는 센코네? 센코. 아무튼 나중에 해봅시다. 이거 어렵다. 근데 약간 그거 있긴 함. 그거 있긴 함. 요즘 애니들이 많잖아요. 그래서 요즘 애니가 많으니까 그래서 모를 수 있지 않나. 필딱 버전을 그런 건 아니고 제가 중학생이기 때문에 나이가 많은 건 아닌데. 회장님 나 이거 뽑았어요. SD 변형 빡빡이 업소빅맨. 업소빅맨 특징 머리카락은 업소빅 못함. 아무튼 이렇게 대충 보고요. 오늘 빨리 해야 하는 원신을 마저 해봅시다. 마저가 아니지. 원신에 새로 추가된 최신 메인 스토리를 합시다. 빨리. 벌써 12시네? 헉. 자, 준비돼 이제. 원신 4.3막 슬프다고 함. 티슈 필수. 굉장히 슬플 것 같은 원신을 해볼까 말까. 채팅을 좀 올려야 대사가 안 가려질 텐데. 일로 갈까? 티슈로 어딜 닦나요? 어디든 간에 닦을 수 있는 데를 닦으세요. 닦아야 될 것 같은 곳을 닦으세요. 알겠죠? 그 전에 잠깐 1쾌 좀 하고. 1쾌가 이상해. 1쾌 위치가 여기야. 일쾌 위치가 여기에서 내려가지고 이렇게 쭉 와서 치아로 이렇게 와야 돼. 말이 안 되지 않음? 1쾌를 왜 여기다 줘? 이상한 일이죠. 상자 깐 걸로 알아요. 근데 제가 포인트가 없어요. 포인트가 없고, 그리고 두 번째로 혹시라도 그거 있을까봐, 퀘스트 있을까봐, 업적 같은 거. 옆에 오프 타고 이거요? 아, 여기 길이 있어. 여기? 아, 여기가 여기야? 아, 그래? 아, 그래? 아, 그래? 자, 볼륨 적당한가 보세요. 자, 파이몬의 목소리를 듣고 볼륨이 적당한가 봐주세요.
派蒙在哦，这样的声音大小合适吗？听得见吗？
자, 제 목소리랑 파이몬 목소리랑 비교해보고
这样的声音大小合适吗？听得见吗？
좀 더 키울까요? 제가 지금 목이 안 좋다 보니까 크게 말하고 있는 게 있긴 함. 충분해요? 그래? 그러니까 약간 그 술 마신 아저씨처럼 약간 크게 말하는 그게 있긴 함. 그렇게 말 안 하면 목소리가 잘 안 나와 지금. 목이 좀 아파요. 아 그럼 줄여요? 그래? 그러니까 게임 음성이 별로 작지 않다는 거지? 알겠습니다. 아니 살살 말을 못해요. 살살 말하면 목소리가 안 나온다니까? 그러니까 내가 말을 못해요. 살살 말을 하면은 소리가 안 나와. ASMR이 아님 그니까 목이 쉬어서 쉰 소리가 난다니까? 네가 생각하는 그게 아니야. 어? 화나게 하지마.
在这向着星辰，感谢你完成了。
그리고 아까 사실 켜기 전에 이거를 좀 돌렸어요. 근데 안 나오더라고. 슬프죠? 그래서 오늘 퀘스트하고 남는 걸로 또 돌리려고. 자, 그거 하러 갑시다 이제. 4장 5막이구나 이거. 4장 5막. 3막이 아니고 5막이군요. 숫자를 잘 못 세는 김캐장. 길다고요? 그래요? 오래 하자 그럼. 풀이나 넣어서 할래. 푸.
瞧好了，
푸. 그리고 돌 캘 거 총력. 그리고 이속 빠른 거.
去收网吧。
나머지 한 칸은 감전맨.
随我左右即可。
아, 말 걸지 마. 4신 파티네.
不必心急。
4신 파티. 야란도 사실상 물의 신이죠. 메로피드 요새에서 사건 이후 한참 시간이 지났고
啊，吃过早饭休息一会儿，真是惬意的生活呀。啊，不对，今天好像有什么重要的事来着。啊，今天是我们离开梅洛彼得堡的大日子呀，得赶快去接待出版手续，约好了的。
메로피드 요새. 정든 메로피드 요새를 떠나는 나와 페이몬. 잘 있어 얘들아. 갈게. 나는 집 간다 이제. 너희는 여기서 살아. 다른 언어도 있긴 해요.
先在这里签字，签完这
好久没回上面了，我们快点。
지진인가 봐.
什么情况？谢谢，我没事。
시에시에.
不过
去问问公爵吧。
그래? 그냥 가면 안 돼? 어차피 우리 가는 날이잖아. 새로운 삶의 시작. 볼까요? 어디 있지? 공장님이 네 친구냐? 뭐 페이몬의 친구는 아닐 수 있지만 근데 공작이 라이오셀리가 되게 외로움을 많이 타는 애라서 페이몬이 친구하자고 하면 할 듯?
公爵，
很高兴见到二位，
이거 봐 이거 봐
有什么事吗？
오자마자 반갑대잖아. 벌떡 일어나서 그냥 들어오자마자 벌떡 일어나서 반가운 얼굴들이네 이러잖아.
刚才那个地震是怎么回事？
不是来自海底的震动，问题出在
얘가
水上。
외로움이 많아요 얘가.
以这些年做管理的经验，我对水上水下的区别还是比较敏感的。再说，纳维莱特先生的封印不会那么容易失效。
梅洛彼得堡没事吗？
回忆一下上一次，如果有影响，这会儿你已经能看到慌乱的人群。
哦，原来是这样。那果然还是得问问水上的人才能知道具体情况了。嘿嘿，你知道今天是什么日子的吧？
귀엽다. 오늘 11월 10일
好像是本月的管道清洁日。
빼빼로데이 이브죠.
什么呀？
哦，手续也办完了。
是你们二位？这是要走了吗？
가짜 멜리신.
是呀，今天是在这里的最后一天了。不过说是这么说，最近也没觉得自己是被关在这里，氛围挺好的呢。嘿嘿嘿，我挺喜欢梅洛彼得堡的呢。那一定要多来玩哦，我会想你们的。
가짜 멜리신.
签完字就可以上去了，看守会护送你们。
你不来亲自送送我吗？
뭔가가 묻은 긴 막대기를 주고받는 날.
猜到你会这么说，一起走吧。
哦，受宠若惊。
你还挺客气的呢。
在水下住久了，会缺少陪伴感吗？对啊，我们还会来的，放心吧。嘿嘿，我还挺喜欢这里的食堂呢，大厨手艺真不错。
可以的话，下次至少请用名义上的清白身份。
我们会的，这样一来，在梅洛彼得堡的事务就彻底结束了。不过事情要有始有终，既然我们是受了纳维莱特的委托过来的，接下去应该向纳维莱特汇报情况。下一站莫芒宫，要去见纳维莱特大人吗？请转达我和公爵的问候。
转达你的就行了吧？
헉. 두 명분의 안부를 전해달라니까 시그윈 것만 전하면 된대.
这怎么说也是礼貌哟。
也对。听闻莫芒宫最
라이오슬리브.
캐짱님 물결표 빼빼로데이 1일 기념 선물이에요.
빼빼로데이 이브 기념 선물 11,000원 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 아 이럴 거 없는데.
要是担心莫芒宫忙，你应该还有假期。
哎呀，这
1,100원도 아니고 왜 11,000원을 이럴 거 없는데. 감사합니다. 아 맞다 그 저번에 지금 계신가? 저번에 누가 캐장님 라면 먹지 말고 제육볶음 드세요 라고 해서 제육 먹었어요 그날. 그날인가 다음날인가. 남친한테 빼빼로 마구마구 받으셨나요? 빼빼로데이는 아직 안 왔죠?
빼빼빼빼로
몇 개야 이거. 해무스 보컬님 111비트원 감사합니다.
Take it easy.
아 이럴 거 없는데 111비트원 아 이럴 거 없는데. 아 1100도 아니고 111.
Halt!
농담입니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
It's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
남친 없어요가 아니고 빼빼로데이가 아직 안 왔다고? 아 그니까 남친한테 안 받더라도 이제 여러분한테 받을 수 있잖아요.
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands.
그니까 이런 거지. 제 말은 이거임.
yourselves in.
예를 들면 아이 몰입해치게 자꾸 물어보지 마. 그니까 예를 들면 캐장님 크리스마스 선물 많이 받으셨나요? 캐장님 크리스마스 선물 많이 받으셨나요? 아직 크리스마스 아닌데요? 할 수 있는 거 아니야? 산타는 없는데요가 아니고 다른 거 캐장님 설날 용돈 세뱃돈 많이 받으셨나요? 아직 설이 아닌데요? 할 수 있는 거 아니? 아닌가요? 난 그런 맥락에서 약간 아니라고 한 건데. 아직 빼빼로데이가 아니니까.
I'm so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
느빌렛.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
되게 이해 안 되지 않음? 영어 느비에트 더빙 이렇게 해놓고 왜 공격할 때는 그렇게 고함을 질러?
In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
아, 월급날이에요. 축하드립니다.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to.
그러니까 그 서양식 성인물에서 사람들이 막 고함 지르면서 하는 것처럼 그런 느낌으로 한 건가? 그 사람들도 평소엔 평범하게 말하잖아. 평범하게 말을 하다가
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
고함 지르면서 하는 거니까.
Today
그런
should be the
감성일까요?
day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
네, 다 끝나고 왔어요.
That's right. And we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
거대한 고래.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
딸딸이가 타르탈리아가 원시 모태 바다에 들어가 있대요.
In primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. Paimon felt it too. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
지진이 일어난
The
이유는
source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
The water levels rose? Oh no. What?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
뭔가 재난이 일어나고 있는 것 같죠.
The two of you have my thanks.
근데 그걸 이미 미호유가 공식에서 스포일러를 했기 때문에 뭔가 다른 걸 기대하고 있어.
Oh no. What happened here?
무슨 말이야, 페이몬. 여긴 원래 이랬어. 페이몬. 여긴 원래 이런 동네였는데? 물론 사람이 여기 누워있긴 한데 원래 이랬어, 약간. 크게 다르지 않은데? 원래랑?
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Haima means we need to check on her.
화속 마을에서 나비야 찾기. 나비야 어딨어? 동물처럼. 나비야 어딨니? 역시 고양이니까 생선 가게 있나?
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
별로 안 높잖아. 이거 그냥 이쪽으로 내려면 안 돼?
All right. Just hurry.
그 옆에 줄도 있고 이거 잡고 있어. 뭐야?
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own?
대지레가 자식인데 죽었나 봐.
My Desiree.
대지레. 누가 대지레?
Oh,
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
다리가 부러졌나 봐요.
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
뭔 일일까요? 그냥 지진이 아닌가? 그러니까 지붕에 올라가 있는 거는 지진인 게 아닌 거 아니야? 뭔가 다른 게 있을까요? 그 와중에 성유물 김빠이.
It's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia.
다 말해줌? 그렇겠지.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
그 제가 근데 한마디 하자면은 애초에 여기 사는 니네 잘못이다.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
여기는 그냥 1년 동안 1년에 12개월 중에 12달 중에 한 4개월, 5개월 정도는 항상 안 좋은 상태일 것 같아요. 보니까.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterway.
소리가 작아 갑자기.
But before we knew
뭐야?
it, water started
너 왜 작게 말해 근데?
everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere.
그냥 물이 아니고 그 원시 바다의 그 물이었다고.
Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
무서운 일이죠. 물론 여기는 이제 마을 자체가 이상하긴 하지만
Anyway, we can help
그러니까 실제로 치면은 갑자기 그냥 옆에 있던 사람들까지 다 죽었으니까.
Thank you for being so willing to help
깜짝
in a
놀랐지.
moment of
무섭지.
crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
뭐야, 부하도 죽었어?
Sorry, I need to go for now.
And out she goes.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
너무 슬퍼.
Paimon, would you two accompany me to my
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Take it easy.
크크 너무 슬퍼. 그 와중에 약탈하고 있어. 사람들이 여기 있던 사람들 다 죽었는데 그 와중에 남아있는 거 약탈하고 있어. 어차피 이제 안 쓰잖아. 빈첸초. 예언을 들었으면 알 거야. 폰타인이 침몰한다는 예언을
Let the world collide!
웃으니까 안 어울린다. 혼자 신났어.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation plus...
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
그 사람들 앞에서 울 수가 없으니까 참고 있다가
sorry. I just
너무너무 슬퍼짐 이제.
Malus and Silver. They won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests.
그거는 녹았으니까 이제
But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone.
장례조차 못 치러주는.
I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter...
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's
할배.
grave.
너무
Makes
슬퍼.
sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally?
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia.
마르시아.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place
이걸
here.
왜 주죠?
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolienne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe.
It's okay.
리스트를
I know what
왜
you're thinking. The
리스트를 왜?
overall outcome indicates that the cost.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the... Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually.
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher
그러니까
ground.
얘도 그 뭐지? 동양 사람이니까 같은 폰타인 사람들 구하겠다고 막 그렇게
As for these
하나 봐.
supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't... Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before.
뒷조사를 많이
And
했대.
it's extreme. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supply.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in
혀가 길어요.
accomplishing
이상하죠?
that. As such,
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties.
수상해.
furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did, as Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific... I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
네, 말씀하세요.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea.
그쵸, 나라가 망하고
Previously,
있죠.
it was the fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time
나라가
it was the
굉장히
water
망해가고
levels
있어.
in Poisson. These are both signals. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence net. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson.
유적을
The ruins
발견했다.
date back to, judging by the dating of the ruins, my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck. And at present, we're all busy prioritizing the...
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag
테이몬
along?
왜 이렇게 자신감이 넘쳐?
You wish to join, Miss?
But are you sure you're up to
근데
exploring
가라고
some
가?
ruins?
함정 아니야? 왜
You
가?
need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plot. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself.
뭔가 다른 생각을 해서
I
이제
need something
떠오르지 않게.
distract.
Since you put it that way, I have no
그냥
objections.
우울해가지고 우울해서
What do you
머리
say,
파마 있어 같은
traveler?
그런 거죠.
All right. The ruins are to the...
Okay, the three of us will handle.
저도 슬퍼서 화장실 갔다 올게요. 나비아가 우울해서 유적에 가는 것처럼 저도 슬퍼서 화장실에 좀 갔다 올게요.
Strike a pose.
Being too popular can be such a hassle. Who knew the people would adore me so much? Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper etiquette, I'd be happy to teach you.
너무 슬퍼가지고 저도 나비아의 원소 색깔로 울었어요. 저도 바위 숲성으로 울고 왔어요.
푸리나 나비아보다 캐장이 더 귀여운 건에 대하여.
감사합니다 이응이응님. 그 정도인가? 그 정도인가? 그럴 수도 있죠. 저희 버추얼 엄마가 잘 낳아주셔서.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
자, 들어갈까? 오래된 유적 속으로. 뭘까요? 캐터필러 아니지? 아니네.
Busted. Shower me with praise. Quietly now.
계약해. 와 감전. 와 감전. 허거거?
The floor here isn't safe.
죽었어. 저기요. 저 스태미너가 없는데 그렇게 떨어뜨리시면은
Busted.
라이덴이 죽었잖아. 라이덴의 영합이 사라졌어.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
넌 나가 있어라 위험하니까.
Right.
너는 닿으면 죽으니까
Down
나가
if
있어라.
there's primordial seawater, it's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation.
아, 아까 무너져가지고
I'll
나갈
leave
수가
this
없나?
to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
앞으로. 아, 피
In
어딘데?
that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now.
아,
then,
이거
but please be careful.
원신 공식 방송에서 스포일러. 이거 무너지잖아. 그런 놈들이 어딨어? 지들이 다 스포일러하고.
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
아 진짜 류에이 잘 좀 하자 진짜로. 이거 오랜만이지 않아? 이런 사다리? 몬드 비경에 있던. 그러니까 되게 옛날 건데 이거. 여기야? 비밀의 문. 오, 뭐가 있다 저기. 감나비.
Wait, there's something wrong with.
놓쳤어. 살아있네요? 뭐지?
Demoiselle.
어? 말루스도 살아있는데? 말루스랑 다 살아있어. 뭐야 여기?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing
Oh,
here
과거인가?
so dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
뭐지?
Was I?
Yes, it would appear so.
화면이 막 일렁거려요.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind. This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall
미스터리하다.
why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes. I
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even They were knocking at my door day and night.
Sometimes force is required to.
That's right.
혹시 얘네 이름 다
By the
죽었던
way,
애들이에요?
Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
아니야 스포일러 하지 마. 혼잣말이야.
Miss
무시하세요.
Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared.
아까 리스트에 있던 애들이야 얘네 다.
I don't know what we would have done without your help.
Did you cultivate them yourself?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here.
뭔가 이상하대.
Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met.
소름.
But your name seemed familiar to me. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it.
뭐야?
And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time,
소름.
Demoiselle.
무서워. 안아줘 무서워.
We do?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
뭘까요?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her.
애소는 확실히 죽은 애 왔는데 얘는.
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
그럼 과거가 아니고 다른 세계 아니면은
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to Karina,
뭘까요?
Desiree,
다 죽은 놈들 맞는데?
Jolie.
다 죽으신 분들 맞는데 뭐지?
Why are so many people? And as for the judge, huh? Where's Mr.
뭐지, 여기는?
Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right, but are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it
선설의
wouldn't
모양.
be allowed, but today is an exception.
무서워.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
요거 자리들 비어 있는 거랑 소리 없는 거랑 그런 거 해가지고 이제 되게 그 분위기가 있다.
My
확실히.
dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates. Nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
네, 잘했네요.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
그니까.
Yes, correct. Absolutely right.
근데
And
뭘
that
심판해?
is why you stand accused. You have helped so many
애초에 얘네는
people
뭐지?
get through so many
애초에 얘네는 대체
difficulties.
뭐야?
You are one with
무서워.
us. We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
이 사람들 무서워.
I
거림칙해.
know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never...
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro! Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all,
거림칙해.
blends with all. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro. And in the end,
하나가
everyone shall
되자래.
meld together.
우리
Thus,
하나가 되자.
when a unanimous
우리
opinion emerges, that
하나가 되자.
opinion, now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver
역시
and I
말로스야.
shall defend Demoiselle.
감동적이야.
And that is how we will enforce justice.
My head.
Demoiselle.
근데 어떻게
Silver,
빠져나가?
it hurts. My head is spinning. Oh, I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
무서워.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be? Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia
물의 정령이 됐어요,
belongs
갑자기.
to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
어?
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited
어떻게 여기
in the
있는 거야?
court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle.
점점 창백해짐, 다른 사람은.
This place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall
또
be
울어.
our last goodbye.
맨날 울어. 나올 때마다.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
너무 착한 애들 아님? 말루스랑 실버 너무 착한 애들 아님? 아, 와서 뭔가 물을 빼줬나봐요.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
녹은 사람들이 물의 정령이 된 건가요?
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
왜 이래? 얘도 뭔가 이상한데? 왜
Why do
그래?
you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have...
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, Oh, Neverlet. You're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere.
어떻게 왔어?
Let's try.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the nave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents.
나비아가 균을 차렸으면 좋겠다. 그렇군요.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then! Oh no, another unstable path. What?
야란 특징. 바닥이 무너지는데 신경이 안 쓰. 헉, 이건 신경 쓰여. 됐다. 뭐야? 무너진다 천장이. 허걱. 허걱.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
어디까지 가는 거야?
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
상자. 그러니까 뭔지도 모르고 가는 거죠. 천장에 있는 게 뭐가 있긴 한데 뭔지 모르는데 그냥 가는 거잖아 지금.
Illusion shattered.
Let my name echo in song.
대기하구나.
Strike a pose.
Gotcha. Busted. Inazuma shines eternal.
뭔데 저게? 얘요? 얘 아마 여자일 듯? 물론 확신할 수 없음. 풀도 훅이요?
Looks like we've reached the end.
트위터에 좀 많이 올렸는데.
This is the place.
섹스다.
There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
뭐야? 푸리나가 있어. 그림에.
Slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
왜일까요? 누가 뺐을까요?
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yeah.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
뭐야, 셀레스티아야?
She's facing this.
And is that Lady Farina in the third image?
뭐야?
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
머리카락이 긴 풀이나. 그리고 사람들이 둘러싸고 있어.
And is that a ring of people around her?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
뭐야?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it.
느비에트가 저기 가서 상호작용 키를 눌러봤대요. 뭘 했는지 모르겠지만 F키를 누르고 왔대.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these. Like, this says that it's the history of the future, right?
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look.
아, 순서가 이상해?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third? Where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
엥? 그래? 저게 물에 빠지는 게 맞아? 어떻게 알아? 이게 물에 빠지는 게 아닐 수 있잖아. 뭔지 알고 이걸.
And yet the order is reversed here.
마땅하네요. 뭔지 몰라도.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a pot? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
그러게. 누군가 이걸 보고 소문을 퍼뜨린 거겠네.
Or some people.
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
우인단 또 너야?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
근데 그 원신 영상 중에 막 느비에트한테 500년간의 역할이 마음에 들었으면 좋겠다 어쩌고저쩌고 하는 그거. 그게 약간 너무 슬펐어. 뭔지 모르지만
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem?
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
All right, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition.
슬슬 비밀이 풀려가고 있어. 풀려가려고 하는 것 같아요, 그죠?
We're finally back.
풀린 건 없어.
Welcome back.
아직도 몰라.
We've got
뭐가
a
뭔지.
special menu prepared.
Yay! And there's good food too. Navia, no, the boss is the best. Ooh, desserts. what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
오나네.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
반감 문화.
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
뭐? 본첩이야 너?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
볼 일이 있어서 왔대요. 폰타인 사람이 아니라고는 안 하네.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
뭐라고? 이름 처음 나온 거 아니야 지금? 아스트로맨서 바르벨로스 트리스메기스토스. 바르벨로스가 이름인가 그럼?
Whoa, that's a long one.
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist.
아 이름이 없어
As for
아예.
the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars.
세배 위대한 별의
It is a
학자래.
title specific
이름은
to
없어요.
Thrice
astrologist.
as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you...
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from
너
Mondstadt,
뭔첩이야?
right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the invitation was sent quite early on.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world.
A visionary?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst the... are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't
이거 봐,
often
신의
that
눈
I
되게
see
크다.
you with
되게
such a
동그래.
serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
되게 튀어나와 있음.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need,
조용히
do
하래.
not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, who Oops, guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you can... that's more good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling. But it's time to get up.
맞아. 자도 졸려. 하덴클님 안녕하세요.
You're here.
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neurvalette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
싸운대.
Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims
입에
from the
빡쳤어.
recent Poisson incident.
You mean they're all...
다 죽었어 얘네.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that.
왜 아는 게 없지?
You found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really
개빡쳤네.
have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or
리비에트
apologize for a
개빡쳤어 지금.
certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
헉, 뭔가를 조사하고 있다는 걸 알고 있었다. 그럼 뭘 조사했는지를 물어보는 걸까요?
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly.
정황상 예언의 조사다.
This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
개빡쳤어. 계열받은 느비에트. 도망치는 푸리나.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
느비에트 티야? 너 티바트 대표 티야 너도? 아라이탐 다음이야 너?
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless we may have to create a situation in which...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis.
그럼 이제 사형 선고하러 가는 거야?
A god possesses is
푸리나
too precious.
사형 때리게?
So we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
큐고야님 안녕하세요.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
왜? 딱 봐도 말하기 싫을 것 같은 앤데 왜 친구 만들어주려고?
Me? No.
Then how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So...
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to...
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I
사냥.
once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were...
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before.
아, 영어 프레미네 너무 싫어 근데.
Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left
마물을
behind
잡는
by the
사냥꾼들이
ancient
있었다.
dynasty. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into a trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
저는 음식에 약을 탈 거예요. 그 몬스터 헌터처럼 음식에 수면제를 탈 거예요. 그래서 이제 자러 가면은 바로 잠드나? 마비약이나 수면제를 타서 그 다음에 폭탄을 깔고 대검으로 찍을 거임.
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft...
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer
영어
more
프레임이네.
stable
개 싫다
methods,
진짜.
like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
자, 침묵질하지 마세요. 나비야 씨. 그런 얘기는 중요하지 않아요. 그건 넘어가시고.
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them
니네만 아는
all
그런
the way
얘기하지
to the
말고.
trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
그쵸? 잔재주 필요 없지. 강하니까. 약한 놈들이나 하는 거지 그런 건.
But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
그러면은 니비에트가 가서 잡으라는 거야?
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is apt. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a
쿠데타다.
god. A being whose seat is an exalted
폰타인
throne.
쿠데타.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
위인단과 손잡은 최고 심판관. 거점으로 가기. 춥다. 그쵸?
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for some... Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But after all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
차를?
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea.
누구야?
Who's that voice?
투명 인간이다. 투명 인간이다.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
얘가 모난의 할머니야 혹시? 모나나의 스승이요?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
아닌가? 그니까 스승의 친구야 그러면. 당사자는 아니고.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled.
마녀 N.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt
얘가
with
그
your
예언자인
own
거구나.
eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be... So you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but...
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only
모르겠어요.
guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality.
The voice... It's gone. Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird pit. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be common?
That's right! Paimon's...
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
이미 할망구가 자기 친구한테도 말해가지고 왔다 갔어. 마녀 NC가 왔다 감.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
그래? 목소리가 별로 안 늙었던데?
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. Perhaps it is something that you cannot know, right? Traveler?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now.
괜찮아.
Kind of feels
그냥 종말이 오는 것 같아서.
you know?
그것뿐이야. 별로 나쁘진 않아.
I guess you could consider me someone who has... But even so, I still hope for and believe in. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart.
눈앞에 보이는 게 최종 결과는 아니다.
I did originally think of steering
반전이
clear
있다는
of all
뜻이겠죠.
this, but I...
You do have a point.
There I go, talking. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like... Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots...
뭐야 얘? 아, 얘 짝사랑하는 걔. 자, 치워줄게 이거.
Huh? Our names are written in this new. Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit.
되게 쉽다 오늘.
Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
기사가 내용이 없는데.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The travelers... Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even know. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since... seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so
계속 전진하기. 산책을 계속하래요.
We're here! Paimon's hungry.
내용 궁금한데.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! Paimon's sure it'll be great!
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh,
멜리신.
wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
세드나?
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
귀엽다.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
방금 말투 이렇게 귀여워. 억양이 좀 귀엽다.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call
심지어 한턱 쏴?
being
미친.
sad.
어른이네.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
진짜 멜리진이 좋은 말 해주고 음식도 사줌. 맛있는 거 먹고 기분 풀래.
Paimon shared this. It's more delicious than last time, and the flavor gets even better with the sip.
저 언어는 맨날 바꿔서 해요.
It sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious. Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
내용이 없더라.
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick more.
돈 내놓으래.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
넌 이미 나쁘잖아, 근데.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all...
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to...
I see. It seemed... So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a...
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with...
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for... Ooh, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought...
폰타인이 내일 물에 잠기면은 오늘은 도망가야지.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born, but anyway, that's my answer.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, no, Paimon should ask if you could choose.
아, 내일 티바트가 사라지면, 내일 세상이 멸망하면은 극단적인 선택.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
그래서 언제 잤는데? 언제 풀이나 잡아서 매다는데?
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the palace?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
말해.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Marechaussee Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House. And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in.
그거 다 바람잡이 아니야?
The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her.
어디 짱박혀서 울고 있나
Any
보지.
leads yet? That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a good... Monsieur Ner...
Don't worry, this is more...
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to... And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it. In that case, there's...
페이몬 갈수록 너무 머리가 좋아져. 약간 좀 싫어 그래서. 갈수록 너무 과하게 머리가 좋아져 얘가.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here?
그러니까
Let's try to find her as soon as
페이몬이 약간
possible.
멍청한 게 매력인데 약간 아라이탐이 남의 그런 감정에 공감을 잘하면 재미없는 것처럼 그렇게 바뀜.
That's Farina, right over there. She
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
운다.
Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
지금 영어 대사랑 자막이 좀 다른 뭐지? 한국어판이랑 좀 다르네요.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, You were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
신. 슬픈데 어떻게 저렇게 바로 웃어? 개 무섭다. 오히려 무서워, 오히려. 어떻게 그게 되지?
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
와 근데 목이 진짜로 안 좋다. 며칠간 계속 연속으로 뭘 했더니 진짜 안 좋다 목이.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
여긴 뭐야? 집이야?
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
여긴 방음이 잘 안 돼. 그러니까 들키지 않게 작게 말해.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
그러면 이 동네에서는 집에서 화면 밖에 다 들리겠네?
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah.
프라이버시가
Quake
없구나.
of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans.
그러니까 그 일이 또 일어난다고 한 게
Should go a lot smoother this time.
페이몬이 받아들인 거랑 프리나가 말하는 거랑 다른 거겠죠? 그러니까 저번에 있던 지진을 말한 게 아닐 텐데 페이몬은 그렇게 알아들었다.
Yeah, I hope
아마도.
you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
아님 말고.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
천리한테 개겨서 그렇게 된 거야? 이나즈마처럼?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
그러다 나중에 그거처럼 돼. 히스레저처럼 돼. 그렇게 오락가락하면은
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty.
말할 수
alone.
없으면은 아니 같이 해결 못하면은 적어도 얘기라도.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
그쵸?
If that's the case...
말할까 말까? 현캔 중. 말할까? 말할까? 하지만 함정이었어. 잡아왔습니다. 쿠데타 시작. 진짜 무서웠는데? 진짜 겁에 질린 동물 됐는데 갑자기?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may
약간
proceed
겁먹은
to the
동물들의 그
trial
표정
of
됐어
our
갑자기.
god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
칼 들이밀고 협박하네. 칼 든 사람 나와가지고 칼 든 사람 나와서 안 할 거면 죽으래.
You would draw your blade against a god?
뾰족해.
I see. It seems like you have made up
강철
your
벌침.
mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding.
투항이 아닌
To
것은.
be clear, the raising of both hands is not always
그쵸?
an indication
즐거워서 그냥
of
손을 든 거죠.
surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too am exceedingly disappointed.
이것도 거짓말일지도 몰라.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you.
헉. 이번엔 지켜준다.
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! 신났어.
Now we're making history. Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
나다.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
역시나 바람잡이였죠. 이거 봐. 전 잠깐 슬퍼하고 오겠습니다.
They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their archon has been building
사탕도
as
물고
more
왔어.
and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
새침하구만.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the...
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted, but you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh?
내 역할은 마지막으로 직접 고백을 하게끔
Then I suppose I must have missed
자백을
my
하게끔.
final chance. It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
게시 판결 장치에 따라 사형.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, all right?
빨리 사형시켜.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case. This is the first time Monsieur Nervilette had a difference of opinion with the
거의
oratory.
추억을 되짚어보는 그런 거네요.
Hydro Arch, a Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct, the fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day.
이게 마지막이었죠.
According to Monsieur Nervilette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea.
그리고 이제 새로 추가된 오늘 겪은 거.
I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on!
on, Nervylette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
그러면
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
뭐? 그럼 내가 어제 뽑은 건 내가 가짜로 뽑은 건 뭐지? 가짜였다 이 말이야?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for
Charge accepted.
고발을 인정합니다.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
인정 안 하겠죠?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true.
그럼 이놈은 그냥 아닌데 오래 살았다며 그래도.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
그럼 진짜 신의
Yeah, I've never
보조인가
questioned
얘?
her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would see. Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the
스포하지
long-held
마세요.
beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being
근데 얘가
do
오래
you
산 건
think
진짜잖아.
I am?
그냥 좀 귀엽게 생겨서 케이크 먹는 애라고 하기에는 오래 산 건 맞잖아. 아까 얘가 말했다시피 다른 애들이 이제 어렸을 때부터 보면서 자랐으니까.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
그러게 그 이유는 뭘까요? 잘 생각해보자. 특별한 점을. 모르겠는데? 자,
That doesn't sound.
이거 아닌 것 같아? 페이몬 네가 골라줘 그러면. 네가 골라.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race.
아, 원래 오래 사는 종족이다.
To naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second
참치님.
of all, even if that wasn't the case,
연구밴 하겠습니다.
there could be other ways to extend
경고를
your
했음에도.
life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
그럼 그냥 저주 걸린 사람이라고?
Too, huh, Nervous?
거짓말. 그럴 리 없어.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell
그럴 리
humans
없어.
and
거짓말.
gods just by looking at them.
그럼 난 뭘 위해서?
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how
내
does
풀돌
that
풀이 나가.
prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
그쵸? 예를 들면 종려 같은 경우에는 모랄 마공하고 만들 수 있죠.
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
그럴 수 있는 거 2개밖에 없네. 아, 3개구나.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
타르탈리아. 지금 바닷속에서 헤엄치고 있는
I
타르탈리아.
believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was
아,
declared
구조랑 원리도 몰라? 심지어.
you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice.
그러면 리니보다도 아는 게 적겠네요. 리니는 적어도 전에 한번 아래 들어갔다 봤으니까 대충은.
Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
나니?
Real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
그럼 얘 눈깔 센지인 것도 그냥 원래 저렇거나 저주를 받아서거나 둘 중 하나라고? 그럴 리 없어.
It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the
그럴 리 없어.
Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has
그래,
no power.
그럼 신의 힘을 보여줘. 넌 뭘 할 수 있지?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power
더더욱
of
보여줘야
an
되는 거 아니야?
Archon?
의심 안 하게? 정말 아닌가 봐.
If that poses a concern,
자와.
I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
그냥 물 좀 쏴. 그거 일반인도 할 수 있어, 맞아. 그 정도는 바바라도 할 수 있다고. 바바라도 그냥 할 수 있는 거야.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
충격적이다.
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
헉.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
못 참아. 복수하자. 매달자 프리나.
That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
그럴 줄 알았어. 역시 야란이 물의 신이었구만. 진짜 물의 신은 리월에 있습니다. 암상 찻집에.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
인간이란 건 증명할 수 있다. 인간이면 뭐? 모르겠다. 다 눌러보면 되지.
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
녹이자고?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you
그러면
can use right here and now.
무태바다의 물 그거 먹이자고 쟤?
Suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before a
Super sorry, Mr. Chief Justice.
슈퍼 쏘리.
I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
근데 외국인은 안 녹는데 뭐 어차피.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
근데 마녀 애니 말했던 게 이런 거겠죠? 반전이 있을 거라고 하는 거. 눈에서 보는 게 끝이 아니다.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
고민하는데.
Hey!
근데 이래도 외국인이면 안 녹잖아 오늘. 뭐야 본인도 놀래 근데. 예상하지 못했나봐요.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here!
혹시나 싶었나봐.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water!
Miss Siegewin?
왜 이렇게 화남?
If you are present, Miss Siegewin,
프리나 목소리 왜
please
이렇게
come
화남?
forward and
영어판.
attend to...
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see.
왜?
That should be enough.
Please announce the results of
왜?
your evaluation to the court, Miss
혹시
Siegewin.
프리나도 가짜 멜리진이야? 얘도 가짜 멜리진이야 혹시?
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson.
시그윈 다리 흔드는 거 봐봐.
시그윈 이 개새끼 뇌피셜로 예쁜 사람 죽여버리기.
However,
아무도 안
after
죽였어요.
extensive
걱정 마세요.
discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina...
I can't believe... You...
뭘까요?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
정신 놓고 있는데 거의? 말하는 거 봐.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
에휴, 가짜 신
I
녀석.
don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are...
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is...
다 등 돌려 막.
guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
글썽글썽 유유.
아니 이 시점에서는 푸리나한테 공감하면 안 돼요. 쓰레기신 죽여버려.
According to the
울어도 안 봐줘.
judgment
글썽글썽해도 안
of the
봐줘.
Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina...
왜? 우죄야?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
왜 놀래? 무죄야?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
근데 왜 놀래?
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty.
지금까지 물의 신이 아니고 사람이라서 그런 거다라고 그렇게 지적을 했는데? 근데 물의 신은 또 맞대, 기계가.
To be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well
기계가
as his
이상하대.
recommendations for criminal sentences,
그러니까 느비에트가 원래 그게 있잖아요. 느비에트 자체가 판결 기준이 명확해가지고 거의 항상 저 기계랑 똑같은 결론을 내는 사람이었는데 사람은 아니죠. 내는데 근데 느비에트가 예상하지 못할 정도의 그런 내용이 나왔다는 거는
is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
맘먹긴 해요. 물론 저 나라 법에 따라 다르겠지만 제 생각에 500년이 넘게 신행세를 했으면 사형이 맞는 것 같긴 한데?
Even Fache wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice.
물의 신이라고 적혀있어요.
The evil mastermind behind the serious
이상하죠?
disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place.
그러니까.
But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
대체 뭘까요?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! Oh, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
첫 번째 석판을 구해왔나봐. 어디서.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
뭘까요?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the... But has the trial already concluded?
아직 늦지 않았어.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and...
뭘까요? 전대 물의 신 앞에 사람이 한 명 있고 물의 정령들이 막 따까리 타고 있어. 아니야? 물의 정령을 사람으로 바꿨다고?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
요게 이렇게 됐다 이거야? 그런 그림이라고?
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people?
뭐야?
So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
In truth,
뭐가 뭔지
everything that
모르겠어.
you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
저 이해를 못했어요. 알려줘. 리비에트 알려줘 빨리.
Recall the contents of the...
그러니까 정답을 제대로 맞추면은 요 아래가 아니고 안에 있는 물이 찬대요.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
물의 정령을 사람으로
Does
만들었대.
that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin.
요 사람으로 만든 요거 자체가
The
원죄일까?
third slate shows
라는
the
말을 하고.
Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
이거.
That doesn't sound
아니야?
quite right.
알았어. 아니구나. 그럼 이거.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater.
원시 모태바다의 물에 녹는다는 걸 알았어.
Long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
아, 사실 원래 모습으로 가는 거다. 그런 거야? 충격.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates.
원죄는 뭘까요? 진짜 모르겠어. 진짜 모르겠어. 궁금해 죽겠어. 찍어 그냥.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When the stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be?
아니 여전히 모르겠잖아.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems if we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
녹은 사람들이 정령으로 변한다.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's.
아니 그래서 새로운 정보가 뭔데?
Fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved.
여태까지 일어났던 일을 말하고 있는 것뿐이죠.
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the.
그래서 뭔데 이게?
Contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
그래서 뭔데? 뭔데?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
첫 번째 석판은 폰타인 사람들이 인간이 아니라는 걸 의미해요. 사실 얘는 물의 정령이 맞다.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis.
그러니까 저희는 70%가 물이지만 얘는 100% 물이었던 거지.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids.
순살 사람이었던 거지.
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
존나 무서운데? 아니 한 나라가 전부 다 사람이 아니고 이런 게 살고 있었다는 거잖아. 그러니까 약간 무서운데 그냥 이거 자체가 무서운데? 다른 나라 사람들 모르는 거 아니야? 어떻게 이럴 수가?
Indeed.
물의 신의 죄는 폰타인 그거 물의 정령들로 사람을 창조한 거다.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission.
걔 소름 끼쳐.
That could also explain why the
사람이
Origins
아니었다니.
judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
그러면은 폰타인의 원주민은 사실상 멜류진인 거야? 얘네가 아니고? 얘네는 다 쫓아내야 돼?
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most
세네 번째는 순서가 바뀐 것
unexpected of
같다.
all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the forest? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon
가짜 인간들이 다
will
없어지고
remain
나면은
on her throne.
죄가 사라질
Only
것이다.
then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes...
빨리 해봐. 궁금하다. 빨리 해봐.
Well?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well.
드디어
I will
진실이
try to
오는 거야.
briefly sum your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were in the Fontaine of old. The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
네, 그래서요.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
징그러. 어떻게 얘네가 다 물의 정령이지? 충격적이야. 외계인 같아 거의.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard.
그러니까 인간으로 위장한 외계인 같아. 너무 끔찍해. 징그러. 다 죽여버리자.
Let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death? After all, her only sin was creating us.
없애버리자.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our
그럼
questions.
라이오슬리도 물의 정령인 거야?
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The
그렇네요.
nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice.
아, 그럼 심판을 받고 있다는
You
거야?
may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of
충격.
justice.
소름.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
그럼 이걸 했기 때문에 더더욱 이제 멸망하는 거임?
in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy
개소름.
foretold. So now it seems we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
튀자. 어차피 우리는 여기 사람 아니니까 튀자 그냥.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
노래가 멈췄어 갑자기 무섭게. 다 죽나봐 이제.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of some. As for the root cause of the
진짜
catastrophe,
튀자.
I believe you've already encountered it once.
물 좀 갖고 올게요. 이거 너무
This
재밌다 이거.
eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
아, 네 번째 이게 틀린 거니까 다시 하래. 꿈에서 본 고래?
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
갈라졌어. 저거야 그 고래야 이게? 물속성이랑 안 통하나봐. 아 괜찮아 쟤네 물의 정령이야 어차피. 멀쩡한데? 간다. 마왕무장 딸딸이. 계속 저기 있던 거야 쟤? 쌈박질하고 있던 거야? 놀던 게 아니고? 다시 끌려감. 쟤 혼자 노인과 바다 찍고 있었어 저기서.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
다른 차원 괴물 같은 거래.
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next
갈라져 있어, 차원이.
opera house full of food.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again
야, 근데
once it's
약간
managed to recover its strength?
얘는 어차피 물의 정령이라고 생각을 하니까 진짜 좀 상관없어짐.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come
그나마
to
맡고 있던 게
land far
타르탈리아래요.
sooner.
타르탈리아가 워낙에 이미지 세탁이 안 됐다 보니까 다시 한번 이렇게 어떻게든.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster...
It is too late.
늦었다면이야.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
마녀
You
애네
have
말이죠.
such things as the history of the future. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in...
영음 루미네가 아니고 그 마녀 애니에요. 모난의 스승의 친구 목소리임. 뭘 영음 루미네야. 알지도 못하면서 무조건 영어 깔려고. 영혐을 멈추세요.
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
엥? 직접 사용을 한다고 이 기계가? 그래? 야 저거 맞으면 죽어.
No, I still need answers.
온다. 뭐야? 누구야? 저게 진짜야?
You.
모임?
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is
얘가
just
전대신이야
too
혹시?
amusing.
애게 애게?
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure
Nani?
sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I were the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egypt. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I
걸을 때 저
chose
꼬랑지
to be
달랑달랑 하는 거
one of
귀엽다.
her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
그럼 라이덴 같은 거네? What?
She could feel joy,
난 가짜를
sorrow,
뽑았단
and
말인가?
everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress. to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy, under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy,
하이드로.
all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Strike a pose! Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your
나다.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you.
그만
There
쳐다보래.
is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it?
속마음인가 봐 이게.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
불 꺼주기.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
불 꺼줘.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Busted. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
뭐지? 시참 티켓인가? 아, 공연 티켓이라고? 그렇구나. 적 이름이요? 뭐였어?
Farina. Huh? Who's that? Who
Who's calling me? Where are... Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
이거 고세구 짭이네. 고세구랑 눈나구잖아
The
이거.
prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait.
원신이 또
I
베꼈구만.
know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing.
그러면 여기 꼬랑지 달고 다니는 것도 얘처럼 보이게 하려고 그렇게
Fontaine has
하는
just
거임?
lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
허거걱.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must
허거걱.
begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your
그러니까 원래
identity be
포칼로스가 프리나를 만들어 놓고 방치하던 시절에는 그냥 지 맘대로 이렇게 하고 다니다가 포칼로스가 자기 대신 신행세를 해라 라고 해서 이제 그때부터 요거 꼬랑지 기른 거 아니야? 따라하려고?
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be.
아, 지금이 태어난 순간인가? 그런가?
Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing
사람처럼 보이지
divinity,
말래.
but contending against humanity.
아, 사람처럼 보이지 말라는 게 아니고 그러니까 본인의 그런 인간성을
I'm still not sure I understand.
추구하지 말래.
So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To
언제까지 해야
accomplish
돼?
this mission, you will have to
목소리가
stay on
침울한데
the
벌써?
stage for many,
불쌍해.
many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be...
2장 취임 연설. 취임 연설 푸리나. 연설까지 했어? 어허. 어허. 대통령 5년 만에도 이상해지는데 500년은 좀 그렇다? 어허. 어허. 그게 아니에요. 좀 달라요.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
진짜 약간 찐따 그게 있네.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being fake? This is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy.
저런 쓰레기들을 위해서. 저런 쓰레기들을 위해서.
Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as
그냥
humans imagine.
나만 고생하면 된다는 그런 마인드로. 헉.
Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine God to speak in
고래밥 만들러 가자. 그냥 다 고래밥 되게끔. 살려둘 가치가 없어 쟤네.
Assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
의심이 사라진 애들이.
Personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a
fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
네, 과거 회상을 푸리나의 내면 세계에서 보는 거임.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fire.
이거 선택지 고르게 하는 게 너무 잔인하다. 계속 과장하게끔 하는 게.
There is no trouble in this world that justice
연출 잘했네.
cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
힘들겠다. 산막 오페라 하우스 푸리나.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria is...
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to...
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
Ah, you're such a gentle and wise god.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy. The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already.
Lady Farina, I've waited so long for this chance.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted.
그러니까
Lady Farina.
저거만 계속했다 이거죠. 족같다 이거지.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
일부러 얼굴 가린 건가 봐.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
되게 맞아 우는 소리 같이 나네.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person.
야, 별명이 그럴싸한데?
Can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
물에 에너지가 많아서 새어나왔대. 그럴싸한데 약간.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power then.
저 눈 움찔거리는 게 약간 꼴린다 그쵸? 방금 눈꺼풀 움찔거리는 게 약간 그걸 자극하네. 뭔가 있네.
So interminable. So Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
그러니까 사실 약간 몰입을 해치긴 하는데 그렇긴 하죠. 왜냐면은 뭐 정확히 뭐 업무를 하라 이런 건 없었으니까 그냥 하루에 2시간 일하고 놀면
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
아 그래서 그 집에서 털어놓으려고 했던 게 여행자는 이제 강림자니까 밖에서 온 사람이니까 말을 해도 천리가 어차피 모를 것이다. 그래서 말을 할까 하다가
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish.
헉. 또 참았어.
But what if it's really all right? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard. No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
이거 좋다. 이 씬이 좋다.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness, and Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules
그러니까 아예
established by
신 6명으로
Celestia
만들어버리는
and breaking through
그런
the
거라고 하네요.
institution that is the Seven.
아예 그냥 박살내서.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
그렇구나.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
또 우냐고. 꼽주지 마. 내가 약간 울 수도 있지. 왜 그래? 꼽주지 마.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
원래 그 신의 그 뭐지? 권능이라고 해야 되나? 에너지 자체가 저런 용들한테서 왔다 하더라. 저번에 그런 내용 있었어.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
그래서 이제 물의 신을 아예 없애버리고 그러면 이제 그런 에너지도 느비에탄한테 돌아가고.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
운다. 흑흑흑흑흑. 느비에서 또 울어. 맨날 울어.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
그쵸. 천리가 원래 있는 그런 애들 힘 다 뺏어다가 집정관 체제로 해서 신 7명 세우고 자기 그 뭐 꼬붕 같은 걸로
I, for my part, am the god
꼬붕은
of
아니겠지?
justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
근데 뭔가 통제하기 쉽게.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
그러면 이제 힘을 되찾아도 안 죽인다는 그런 계산이야?
You are a devious one, Focalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
흑.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid.
죽는다.
Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
얘도 죽고 물의 신의 자리도 없어지고.
Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
흑흑. 느비에트군. 죽었나봐. 갔나봐 진짜로. 물의 신의 신좌도 잘 파괴된 것 같죠? 그래서 이제 느비에트한테 요런저런 거 돌아가고 그동안 고생 많았어 푸리나. 내가 꿈꿔왔던 것처럼 인간의 신분으로 행복하게 살아가려. 느비에트 질질 짜는 중. 풀파워 느비에트. 개슬퍼해.
I, Eudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
흑흑. 느비에트군. 이제야 모든 게 말이 되는구만. 느비에트의 성능이 그렇게 좋았던 이유. 힘을 되찾기 때문에. 그래서 개센 거였음.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
성능이 스포였어요.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment.
그냥 물의 용이기 때문에 세다 정도가 아니고 물의 용이고 이제 물의 신의 자리가 없어지면서 그걸 이제 다 흡수해서 그래서 겁나 세다. 푸리나가 느비에트보다 약한 이유. 푸리나는 인간 나부랭이였기 때문에.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means.
이미 고래 맞설림을 얻었대.
Now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature.
봐봐. 아까는 뭐 우리 해봤자 안 돼. 티바트 이제 망했으면 하고 있었다가 힘을 되찾으니까
We should
근데
seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
지금 방금 힘을 얻으셨나요?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
느비의 특훈. 오, 크다. 저건 뭐야? 배인가? 진짜 붕괴 나올 것 같이 생겼다. 붕괴 서재 이런 거 많이 나오는데. 아, 나 이 파티로 가는 거야?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the whale.
이거 물댐지 먹히긴 하나요?
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
스테기사이드.
Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Take it easy.
사라짐.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
This is order.
Strike a pose.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot
팔이 짧아.
resist its instinct to devour.
요의미였으면.
Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
오, 멋지다. 얘는 별로 안 멋지다. 뭐야 이거? 이게 멋이기래.
Let my name echo in song.
Solidify.
Gotcha. Now you
I have granted you my
이거 붕괴서도 양자의 바다 같은. 그러니까 이거 약간 무비랑 다 붕괴 같다.
Use my power to suppress its root from within.
Yes, I see.
타르탈리아 어딨음? 먹혔어 그새? 딸딸이 그새 먹혔음? 어? 얘도 붕괴 서드처럼 생겼어. 붕괴에 나오는 캐릭처럼 생김. 타르탈리아 버림. 주머니인가? 그러니까 도라에몽 4차원 주머니처럼 그런 거야?
For helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
그러니까 얘랑 이 맵이랑 보스랑 다 붕괴 같아 그냥.
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder.
That power. Who are you exactly?
당신은 뭔가요? 페이몬 표정 봐. 진짜 얼빠져 있다.
has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world, so you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its... All in all, it fails as a pet.
실격인데 왜 키우는 거죠?
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
애완동물로 적합하지 않은데 왜 키우는 거죠?
The point being...
Well, being that this destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry.
대형견
I
자체
assumed you did.
정도도 아니고 사자, 호랑이 이런 거 아니야?
His name is Sertologi.
눈이 무슨 열쇠 구멍처럼 생겼다.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe
극악
him
기사요.
then?
제가 아는 건 불꽃 기사 클레 이런 건데요.
The foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
라인도틸은 들어봤어.
Oh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you.
네, 그래서 그 애완동물 주인이 빡친다 이거야?
Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
어떻게 다 알고 있어, 얜? 뭐야?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
헉, 다 잠겼어.
Only
다
then
물에 적용되겠다.
will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
뭐야, 물에 적용 안 됐네?
Help! Over here!
헉. 이거 금마가 만든 배잖아.
All hands initiate emergency rescue.
라이브슬리가 짱 박혀서 만들던 거잖아.
Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
얘네 숨을 잘 참네요.
Look, the water's receding.
폐활량이 다 좋네, 애들.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
아, 근본이 물정이라? 아, 그런 거야? 그럴 수 있어요. 유전자적으로 잘함. 뭐야, 멜리젠 어디 갔어?
Prophecy was wrong.
500년간 고생해서 다 살음. 500년간 계속 일을 좀 덜 해도 됐을 텐데. 아무튼
Renewed. The Svina Diva Sula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie with Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute. With Juriard, people always call the first researcher mad, but few know it. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Juriard and Navia?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a
근데
minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
방주를 만들었는데 물이 바로 빠져버리면은 방주가 없었어도 그냥 금방 빠지는 거 아니야?
And that's exactly
그럼
why
라이오슬리
I'd become conduct
시무룩해
interviews
있는
with
거
me.
아니야?
You're the best incubators of news if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned?
Oh, this time will be different.
뭔가 얻었다. 무별 사이의 눈물. 그럼 타르탈리아는 그대로 어딘가로 간 거야?
Navia!
Oh, it's you.
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Hmm? Oh,
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as...
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the work...
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel. About what it was like facing down...
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler. It's better
사진을
than
찍거나
wasting
극단적인
time
선택을
persuading
하래.
Chlorand at any rate.
그런
Of
심한
course
말을.
I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to... Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Claret.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he...
That's a...
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the meek? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with the...
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
You seem curious about...
Of course.
But he did invite...
2 large pots.
I have to agree. The tea there...
Speak...
Well...
Wow. What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything.
All right.
I'll go over the newly arrived supply...
That works great for me.
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try?
궁금한 거 1번. 뭐 다 나오겠죠? 한 바퀴 돌면 나오겠지. 현재 궁금한 거. 느비에트, 푸리나.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to...
Looks like you've been
타르탈리아.
missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to...
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse...
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really...
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like...
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
쟤네 썸 탄다고 또 놀린다.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there. Like, still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh! Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the... Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Sure.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, I got it.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jerrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you two.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep
참고로
chugging
집행관은
along,
타르탈리아
and so
얘기죠.
will my
타르탈리아랑 그 감방에서 생긴
As to
고공들.
what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's
그 말을 굳이 하는 이유. 난 방금 뭔 소리인지 몰랐거든. 순간적으로 누구 얘기지 싶었거든.
In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go.
There'll be a...
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about... All right. Last stop, the docks.
많이도 도는구만. 전설임무요? 모르겠어요.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it?
얘네가 다
It's a
물의 정령이라는 거
wondrous
아니야?
bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
충격적이다.
Or you trick a friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
헉.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
연락처만 물어봤는데 아예 주소를 알려준다고? 프레미네. 이런 음탕한
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
이런 음탕한 녀석.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first...
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a pic.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
그러네? 그러면 아를레키노는 어떻게 된 거임? 신의 심장 필요 없는 거야?
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing
진짜
now?
포칼로스는 거기 짱 박혀 있었잖아. 그 정신만 있었댔나요? 게시 판결 장치에 신의 심장하고 같이 있었댔는데 그러면은 회수를 했나?
Oh,
박살난다
I
그냥?
guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic
가져갔대요.
gift.
잘 받아갔구나.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson. I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself.
But back to the topic. The Gnosis was given to the knave, right?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplice.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
그쵸? 집행관들이 항상 약간 그런 걸로 나왔으니까.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to today.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians.
And I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more—
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
그래, 물의 정령아.
All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Nervillet's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
그러면 전설 임무 그 뭐죠? 푸리나 전설 임무를 해야 그 거식인가요? 그러니까 마신임무 중엔 이제 안 나오나? 아닌가? 이따 나오나? 물어본 거 아님. 혼잣말임. 혼잣말이야. 알려주지 마.
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Nervillet? Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalord destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully full-fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Fossilor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have... Yeah! And in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster.
타르탈리아가 또?
At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Fossilor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature.
Guess Fossilor had Fontanians in mind the whole... hang on a second. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it. Nah.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me.
그럼 프리나는 또 사람들한테 욕먹고 있는 거 아니야?
I related Fossilor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither
갓반인들은
saddened
모를 거
nor
아니야.
comforted. She simply said that she was tired.
그냥 가짜가 사기신 건 그대로인 거잖아. 갓반인들.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay.
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothes. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Fossilor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
내 혼잣말임.
What are your plans now that you've...
After Fossilor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
전기가 끊겼대.
That's true. That powered wait, but the various Maxim machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
리비에트가 전기 넣고 있대요.
This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
그럼 저희는요? 왜 금마들만 줌?
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine
그러니까
throne
물의
is
신
now
자체도
no
없으니까
more,
이젠
and I do not
필요
need
없다 이거지.
Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated consideration?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
다음에 불의 나라요? 재밌겠다.
I'm afraid that I have little talent. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself well. Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long
reptilian이
years of
나온다고 하네요.
development and evolution.
좀 싫은데?
Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The captain.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth.
Hang on. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. Whoa!
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
조조 실버 베꼈네 이거. 원신이 또 베꼈네.
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
신의 심장이 제3 강림자의 유골이래.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to... Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my... personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be...
Next time. You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger, then.
That's what she told me.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are.
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar...
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision! No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall?
와, 길었다. 길었다.
It seems from your expressions that you still have... Ask away. I will tell you the truth. I suggest that you fully...
길었다. 그러네. 마신임무 끝날 때까지 푸리나가 안 나오고 이걸 전설임무를 따로 해야 나오는구나 이제. 갓반인이었다니.
Commissions? Specifically one with a huge more attack, perhaps? Paimon's just being enthusiastic. We're old friends now, she gets it.
It's always a pleasure to see our two most avid adventurers again. Actually, we do in fact have a rather...
don't worry about that. We were just kidding.
To put it simply, the requester is looking for a temporary replacement actress for their musical. The original cast member ran into some issues, but the troupe has also been experiencing some financial difficulties.
That does sound like a tricky situation. So basically they're looking for a volunteer?
That's right. Our adventurers reached out to many actresses. There are only a few days left until the performance.
말이 좀 많아요. 저도 다 보고 그 말의 한마디 언제 할지 아닐지 봅시다.
And delays tend to create all...
Got it. Oh, this one's a doozy. What do you think, Traveler? Even if we took the commission, neither of us have any experience starring in musicals.
뮤지컬 테니스의 왕자.
If you're interested in helping, why not start by having a chat with the requester? Maybe you can't fill the role yourselves, but you might be able to help...
Oh, it's that guy, huh? Paimon approves.
플리치 뮤지컬.
Hello there. Are you the guy looking for a new actress?
Wait, I know you two.
Wow, sounds like we're pretty famous and but to answer your question, neither...
I see. If we can't find someone to step in, we'll have no choice but to
표를
cancel
팔아서
the show.
출연료를 주면 되지 않나요?
That's the thing. We're not some high-profile theater troupe, just a group of amateur enthusiasts.
그럼 못하는 거지 뭐. 약간 그거잖아. 우리 업체는 작아가지고 최저임금을 못 줘요.
All our sets and props are very crude. We're grateful enough just to get an audience, never mind ticket fees.
그럼 못 구하는 거지.
If we had a way to make this profitable, things might have turned out differently.
Disband?
Oh, I guess the lady at the Adventures. One last show. And after that,
마지막 공연이라서
go our
어떻게든
separate
하고 싶대요.
ways. Nobody wants things to just fizzle out. Yeah, the leading lady, in fact. She's been dealing with a chronic illness ever since. The show just won't be the same without her. but for everyone else's sake.
Got it. We have a quick. What if we sponsored the show?
Please, there's no need to go that far. I wouldn't feel right asking such a huge favor. And I can't promise that we'd ever be able to pay you back.
Good point. If the actress just goes through the motions we should find someone who will put on the best performance possible. Oh, wait! That's how you know we're the best of partners. Anyway, she should have all the free She's really good at performing, and she was once super popular with the crowd.
Who are you thinking of? Sounds like someone famous. Her! You're... That was a joke.
어딘진 알아?
Nope. Paimon doesn't actually know if she's performed on stage before.
그래, 푸리나 연기
I'm
못해.
pretty confident that she'd be really good at it.
You're not wrong there. She has actually performed in a number of big-name shows before.
What?
They were one of the reasons she was so popular.
연기했다고?
But even if she's no longer the Hydro Archon, it's not like she's suddenly a commoner. She's still an idol to many people in Fontaine, including myself. Well, yeah. Fair. I'm sure everyone in our troupe is. Of course, it all depends on whether she's in.
No point in stressing.
아니 그냥 동네에 있는 거야?
Things are different now. There's no reason for her to
못
be all
만난 지
high and mighty.
어딘지 알아? 내가 뭐야?
Thank you for your help.
Wait, where does Farina actually live nowadays? She used to live in luxury at the Palais
아 몰라?
Marmonia, but she's
근데 아는 것처럼 말하냐 왜?
out, right?
여기 없을 수도 있잖아. 다른 나라 갔을 수도 있잖아.
As it happens, I have her current address here. I can provide it to you. It is my duty.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, now that we've got the address, we'll go find.
물의 아이. 어디가 있나 볼까요? 그냥 동네에 있네 여기. 나 같으면 여기 못 살겠다. 하긴 멘탈이 평범하진 않죠 푸리나가.
Did Catherine really give us the right address?
온다 여기.
She lives here? Not that there's anything wrong with this place. It's just a bit of a step down from the Palais Marmonia.
You know, it's common courtesy to make sure the homeowner isn't an earshot when you're denigrating their abode.
왜 이렇게 우울해? 목소리가 왜 이렇게 처져 있어?
Okay, when did Poppy Got a Thin Air become all the rage? First Catherine and now you?
I was just out on a shopping trip. I ran out of macaroni, so I went to grab a few more bags.
마카로니를 몇 봉지나 사놓는다고? 약간 불쌍한데?
I used to have a much wider range of choices when it came to food. But now I'm finding that simple, traditional home cooking can be quite delicious too. Not at all. As long as you have different kinds of sauces in, you can have macaroni and tomato sauce one week, macaroni and bolognese the next.
개 불쌍한데?
Oh, sounds like you're really struggling to cope.
How rude! Questioning my cooking skills. The audacity!
밥을 잘 못 먹으니까 처진 걸 수도 있어요. 그러니까 현재 상태 자체도 안 좋지만 음식이 이제 마카로니에 그런 소스만 해서 먹으면은 영양분이 부족하니까?
It's not like I have a very eventful life these days. Actually, I barely leave the house. So I don't see how it's unusual that my meals are a little simpler now too. Besides, I'm sure I could master dishes like la lettre focilor or blubber profiteroles in no time, if I felt so inclined.
Ah, there it is. You don't know how to cook.
Not yet, maybe, but... Anyway, what are you even doing here? I do hope you didn't come here just to ogle at my fall from grace.
불쌍하다. 가서 케이크라도 사줘야 되는 거 아니야?
Let me first be clear that I'm not taking guests at this time. So if you're just here to clown around, then please be on your way.
그래도 약간 전관 예우도 할 겸 고생한 거 좀 챙겨줄 겸 연금이라도 나와야 되는 거 아님? 500년간 얘네 사람 만들려고 그 개지랄 했는데 엥?
Sorry, we're sorry. Please don't be mad. Yeah, exactly what the traveler said. Paimon wasn't trying to make fun of you. Hang on a sec, you weren't exactly holding back either.
My help? Well, maybe you're forgetting that I'm no longer the mighty Hydro Archon. I don't even have a vision, you know.
아, 명분이 없다.
Don't worry, it's nothing that serious. It's just very specific, and you're the one with the power to help.
하긴 갓반인들은 막 와 예언이 가짜였다 이러면 좋아하고 있는데 참, 그러니까 아까 말한 게 그거임. 그래서 갓반인들은 여전히 얘가 사기친 걸로 알고 있는 거 아니야?
Oh? Well, if that's the case, then fine. I'll spare you the lecture about your attitude just now. So tell me, what specifically makes this matter? Ah, I see. I knew you couldn't have come all this way just to amuse yourselves at my expense. After all, I was once the brightest star in all of Fontaine, well versed in all the various performing arts.
약간 목소리가 살아났네요.
Musical is well within my capabilities.
텐션이 살짝 올라갔어.
But given the present circumstances, I'm afraid I must regretfully decline your casting request.
How come? It sounds like this would be a breeze for you.
True, but I have made a decision to retire from the stage. Although I am no longer required to play the role of the Hydro Archon, the time I spent inhabiting that character has left an indelible mark on me. Centuries of pretending to be a different person changes you completely. I'm not the same person I once was. Of course, that can't be undone now. It's too late, and I have no intention of reinventing myself all over again. But at least I can say that I no longer desire to play any new role.
Paimon can understand, but this is just a one-off part to fill
페이몬
in for
눈치 좀
someone who's
없다.
sick. Surely that's okay.
맨날 마카로니만 처먹고 있는데 무급으로 연기하러 오라고. 심지어 연기를 하고 싶지 않다는데 무대에 다시 서고 싶지 않다는데.
Whether it's a one-off or not, it's a boundary that I've committed to no longer cross. If I make an exception to the rule now, I'm just leaving a back door for myself, which would be the same as not having a boundary in the first place. So I'm not going to perform, and that is that.
Okay, guess there's no convincing you. Well, is there anything else we can do to help out the troupe? Otherwise, they'll just have to disband without any fanfare. Do you know any other actors who might be interested in the role?
Nope.
Short and to the point.
I've never been great at maintaining relationships. Besides, anyone I've ever worked with probably couldn't wait to get rid of me.
그 마신임무가 슬픈 게 아니고 이게 슬픈데 이게 너무 불쌍한데.
Since I'm just an ordinary person now, they'll probably just laugh in my face if I go asking them for help.
개 불쌍해.
True, but I mean, could you even blame them? I show up out of the blue, begging and groveling for their help with a show they won't even get paid for. Ooh, no way. I'm dying from embarrassment just thinking about it. Nope.
Well, is there anything else we can do? This performance really means a lot to the guy we're...
Have I not made myself clear? You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't want this job, nor do I know of anyone else who would. Sorry. I didn't mean for that to sound so harsh. I wish I could help, really. But if I thought I had the answer to this problem, I would have said so by now.
It's all right, Farina. Paimon just wanted to make sure we tried everything.
페이몬 말하는 거 봐. 씨.
We'll be so disappointed.
뭐 어쩔 수 없지. 그래도 극단 사람들이 슬퍼하겠다. 극단이 문제야? 아니 푸리나가 한 그런 그런 슬픈 건 생각 안 하고 극단 그 사람들이 슬픈 것만 중요해?
Yeah, I guess that's all we can do now. All right then, we'll see you around, Farina.
Toodaloo to you too. I'm going home to take a rest now.
그래, 챙겨 먹고 마카로니만 먹지 말고 과일 같은 것도 좀 먹고 해라.
It's too bad, but we have to respect Farina's decision. Maybe the thought of performing brings up too many painful memories now. Huh? What's going on? Are they arguing?
That's besides the point. I'll ask you again. Why did you start looking for a replacement without my consent? When did I tell you I'm going to take a step back?
아, 그냥 원래 배우구나 얘가.
You didn't need
아파도
to
그냥
say
하겠다
it.
이거지.
We've known each other for how long now? We know the signs. But you never tell us about your illness, even when it's clearly flaring up.
And that gives you the right to make a decision on my behalf?
Shortly after you left, the troupe's lead actress came to the Adventurers Guild. She believes that she's healthy enough to perform. Excuse me.
Sorry, I was just dealing with a little misunderstanding. So, how did your conversation with
우린
Farina
실패했어.
Sadly, it's a no from her. We tried to persuade her.
I see. Well, sir, you see, our leading lady has just informed me that she's well enough to make it to the show after all. Staging the musical with the full original cast was always the dream, of course.
Oh, right. Sounds like everything worked itself out then. Yeah, she'd be livid. We'd get the scolding of a lifetime.
Jeez, is Lady Farina really so harsh with people?
Only joking. Calm down. So, guess we can
페이몬
consider
인성.
this case closed now, huh? Despite the fact that we failed to complete the commission, we were still racking our brains for ideas.
페이몬 된장 발라야겠다
There's
슬슬.
no point arguing with you about this anymore. You've made your... This is the last chance we have, though. So, are you absolutely sure you'll be able to handle it?
Yes, I'm completely confident. I share everyone's desire to commemorate all our years as a every one of us thinks of this troupe as their home.
You're right.
All's well that ends well. Sounds like the show will go on. Sure.
어?
Hey, how did you... I was just passing by because I realized I forgot a couple of items on my shopping list. All right, I'm coming. No need to drag me. Hello, one and all. I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now.
Farina? Didn't you say you were gonna take a rest at home? What are you doing here?
I was just ever so slightly concerned about the situation you mentioned. Yes, a teensy bit concerned, that's all. When you came to talk with me earlier, I jumped right to explaining my position and said some strongly worded things. And all before I even had a full grasp of the situation. Anyway, I just feel a bit bad about
이거 왜 이렇게 쌩해? 왜 이렇게 빛나? 이게 푸리나가 착하다는 걸 보여주고 싶어하는 연출이 아니면은 최대한 곱상하게 보인 다음에 가차를 돌리게 만들려는 그런 거임? 후자겠죠?
I'm sorry, Paimon.
보통의 전설 인물들은 다 그 캐릭을 뽑고 싶게 만들려고 하는 경우가 많기 때문에 후자일 것 같아요.
I didn't take any of that personally.
You really have a knack for asking the most uncomfortable. I felt very sheepish, having had a change of heart after flatly refusing you. And then, to make matters worse, you caught me. But in any case, it sounds like the issue has already been resolved.
Yeah. When they said they were gonna ask for your help,
There's no need to think like that. And no need to keep addressing me as lady. Just Farina is fine. I was wondering, if this troupe is so important to all of you, Why does it have to disband? If the difficulties are purely financial, then there must be a solution. You could put the shows on pause while you look for a sponsor, for instance. Everyone seems so devoted to the troupe. I'm sure if you keep chipping away, you'll find a way through.
We all want to believe that, but some things are just beyond our control. Everything's been going downhill ever since we lost our director.
Her name was O'Reilly, and she was the founder as well as the artistic director of our troupe.
What?
That's actually how I recognized these two. It was all thanks to their efforts that the true culprit was brought to justice. But still, no sentence can bring our director back to us.
She was a loyal fan of your performances, Miss Farina. They were what first inspired her to get into musical theater. She rallied many people around her who were destitute or had lost their sense of purpose in life, and convinced them to join her troupe. She wrote her own scripts, acted on stage, and mentored each and every one of us. People loved our performances back then. We seemed to be going from strength to strength.
And then disaster struck.
Yeah. After that, the entire troupe fell into disarray. None of us know anything about script writing, let alone how to handle the business side of things. We've been doing the best we can. But despite our efforts, things are slowly but surely falling. It's agonizing. But ultimately, we'd rather end things now on our own
Oh.
What a terrible waste. A gifted artist from humble beginnings. I suppose it's fair to say then that this final show, besides being your farewell to the stage, is also your final gift for her?
Yes, exactly. We all miss her terribly.
Well, good thing I followed the traveler here. After hearing this tragic tale, I can no longer stand by and do nothing.
Farina.
I know what you're thinking, but I by no means plan to cross the boundary I've set for myself. I can, however, provide some artistic guidance from the vantage point of a highly experienced
근데
audience
충격적이다.
member.
진짜로
But only if you feel this is something that would help, of course.
한 번도 신이었던 적 없던 거를
Oh, most definitely. We'll take
쿨돌한
any
거잖아.
guidance that you can give.
We
충격적이구만.
unfortunately don't have any budget for a consultant, though. Will that be a problem?
진짜 인간.
I don't need any compensation. All I'd ask in return, if you're willing, is that you tell me some more about the life and work of your late director. Something I've begun to realize since my departure from the opera Epicles is that there's a lot you don't see when you observe. The law only judges criminal behavior and does not weigh human emotion. What about all the unresolved emotions of the parties involved? An interesting answer. But if you ask me, I think all emotion shall ultimately return home to the heart and slowly settle with the passage of time. Take, par exemple, how this troupe pines for their late director. Think.
Still a fan of your old dramatic monologues then, huh? You just want to get back in on the action, don't you?
No. This is a completely different situation. Pearls before swine.
The name's not Swine, it's Paimon!
Would you be willing to join me? Come on, take a break from adventuring to listen.
Thank you all so much. Our director... Alright, follow me.
그러면 일본어로도 들어볼까요? 영어가 질리시는 것 같으니까 일본어로. 어디야? 시안가? 시안 아니지?
フリーナ様？
どうしてフリーナ様がここに？
紹介するよ。フリーナ様。 フリーナさんはこれから劇団の顧問として水の娘の公演に参加してくれることになった。それからこちらのお二人は僕たちのために橋渡しをしてくれてフリーナさんを招いてくれた。
봐봐 영어가 더 맛깔나지 않음?
ああ、あの審判のみんな知ってるぜ。
아 이게 편하네요.
見事だった。
団長の仇を討ってくれて本当にありがとう。
いやいや、今回オイラたちは興味本位でついてきただけだぞ。
さっき言っていた水の娘というのは？それが私たちの最後の演劇なんです。団長の残した彼女が完成させられなかった作品で、それを舞台上で成功させられれば私たちが抱える最大の心残りは。
待てよ、完成させられなかったって。
そうなんだ。この夢を叶えるのは至難の業と言える。物語の主人公は幼い純粋精霊です。彼女は家族の忠告を無視して自らを人間の姿に変えました。人のように暮らすことを渇望し、友情と愛情を順調に手に入れてゆき、全てが円満のように見え、しかしある日正体がバレてしまい事態は急変します。
ここまではなかなかクラシックな展開だな。で、その後は？そこが私たちの直面している難題の一つで、劇を披露するには結末を書かねばなりません。
そう、楽しい再会の日を迎えるといった結末にするべきか。
現実的な意味合い、それは団長が突然姿を消したことを言っているのかい？ええ、現実というものは芸術によって加工されたものより、でも舞台を利用して私たちの苦しみをそのまま観客に伝える必要はあるのかと問われる。
その通り。多くの人はただ気晴らしのために舞台を見るんです。舞台に立つ僕たちが彼らの気持ちを無視するわけにはいきません。それともう一つ、一人は主人公の恋人役を演じるポール。彼は暫定的なもう一人は重要な悪役を演じるビルマントで、最後の公演に参加するって手紙。
でもまあ、今回フリーナさんが手伝ってくれることになった。これを機にお気づきでないかもしれませんが、
団長はいつもあなたの名を口にしていました。僕たちにとっては本当に模範のような存在な。
そう言われると何やら照れてしまうな。まあそういうのは嫌いじゃない。でも2人がなかなか帰ってこないのは公演の進むべき方向がはっきりしていなかったからじゃないのかい？つまり今公演を阻むものは一つずつ取り除かれ始めた。そろそろ彼らを呼び戻す時だ。ええ、その通りです。彼は何日か前にポアソン町に帰ったんです。
영어가 낫지 않음?
友人の家に泊まらせてもらえば心が落ち着く。
この前ポアソン町は災害に見舞われたでしょう。彼の友達も今は忙しいだろうし、そっとしておいてほしい。
봐봐 저분도 저렇게 말하잖아. 신기하네. 일본어가 나온 줄 알았는데 영어로 듣다 보니까 영어가 더 낫다.
そうだな、話し相手が必要だったの
일본어
か。
별로다 라고 하시네요 저분도.
いや、なんでもない。彼を元気づけるには僕が必要なんだろ。ならば行くとしよう。
한국어가 좋다고요? 알겠어. 한국어도 듣자 그럼. 한국어도 들어봅시다.
아, 갑자기 압박감이 드는데.
이제 푸아성 마을로 가는 거지? 모든 게
저 짜잔이라는 부분은 참고로 중국어가 되게 귀여워요. 스킬 쓸 때 짜잔 하는 거는 중국어가 되게 귀여워. 전 개인적으로 목소리 자체는 중국어가 제일 귀엽다고 생각을 합니다. 근데 연기가 미국이란다. 영어가 마음에 들었던 거지. 들을 수 있는데 여기. 귀엽지 않아?
タダーンタダーン
풀이나 음성 자체는 중국어가 제일 취향이긴 한데 연기가 영어가 더 좋아. 내 취향상.
빛이여, 짜잔, 짜잔.
제 기억이 맞다면 폴로는 여기에 살고 있을 거예요.
누구십니까?
나야. 대본은 다 썼어?
방금 누구십니까? 되게 무슨 하프라이프처럼 말한다.
그것 때문에 여기까지 쫓아온 거야?
에이, 그건 됐고 우선 나와봐.
누가 속을 줄 알아? 좀만 더 기다려. 이제 마무리 중이니까 다 쓰면 나갈게.
알겠어. 그럼 걸작을 기대할게.
로이 한국어 로이 왜 이렇게 쿰척거려?
예상대로
재밌긴 하다.
질질 끌고 있구나. 아무래도 이번 공연에선 결말이 매우 중요하니까요. 다 쓰고 나면 다 같이 한번 본 다음 모든 멤버가 동의해야 마지막 결말로 채택되는 거.
방금 누가 알려주길래 설마 했는데 정말 너희였구나. 게다가 푸리나 씨도 있고.
역시나 마주치게 됐네.
폴로를 찾으러 왔나 보네. 더 기다려야 하면 마을을 좀 둘러볼래? 준비는 내가 다 해놨어.
아 저걸로 모신대. 부산 사나이처럼 그 코스로 모신대.
아니요. 저흰 여기서 기다려도.
그럼 사양하지 않겠습니다. 저흰 좀 둘러보고 올게요. 감사해요. 빨리 이리 와. 분위기 파악 좀 하라고. 요즘 푸아송 마을은 좀 어때?
그냥 천천히 회복 중이죠. 하지만 사람들 마음에 남은 상처는 평생 낫지 못할 거예요.
미안해. 나도 뭐라도 하고 싶은데.
풀이라는 잘못이 없잖아.
괜찮아요. 설마 만날 때마다 이런 무거운 주제만 얘기하려는 건 아니죠? 가슴에 납덩이 같은 고통이 남았다고는 해도 숨은 쉬고 살아야죠. 푸리나 씨도 새로 시작하기로 했다면 과거에 있었던 일은 그만 얘기하라고요.
위로해줘서 고마워. 네 말이 맞아. 하지만 아직까지는 무거운 마음을 품고 있고 싶어.
봐봐요. 영어가 약간
괜찮아요.
연기가 맛깔나지 않아?
아니야 쉽지. 실제로 하려면 생각보다 어렵다는 거 저도 아니까요. 그래서 알려주러 온 거예요. 재난 중에 아무것도 하지 않은 물의 신을 아직 모든 사람이 용서한 건 아니라는 걸요. 일단 불필요한 말썽이 없게 마을 사람들한텐 당신이 푸리나 역을 맡은 극단 배우라고 했어요. 그렇다고 아무런 일도 없으리란 보장은 못하지만 아마 활동에 제약은 없을 거예요.
너 생각보다 훨씬 세심하구나.
무슨 소리야? 가시장미회 회장은 언제나 대담하면서 세심했다고. 자, 그럼 난 먼저 갈게. 푸리나 씨 좀 잘 챙겨줘.
그럼 이제 위로 한번 올라가 보자. 그동안 속마음을 털어놓을 친구가 없었는데 나비야 말처럼 너희가 적임자일지도 모르겠네.
쳐다본다. 왜 째려봐?
很感谢纳维亚女士的体谅。说实话，我也不知道自己是否做好了准备。逃避往往是最方便的选择，但它没法解决任何问题，也不能帮助你跨越任何障碍。怪不得说到白松镇的时候，你有点犹豫。是啊，要说不害怕是不可能的，但我还是觉得我应该再来这里一趟。就像之前我说的那样，我想看看那些不曾亲眼目睹的东西。如果这里的人愿意原谅我，那我会很开心。但他们如果暴言相向，
왜 자꾸 야려 이 새끼들. 눈깔 파볼라.
是啊，我能感觉到那些视线。可能他们觉得穿着水神戏服到白松镇来，本就是对这里居民的一种不尊重的行为。我曾经很害怕被人注视，尤其是被质疑、被怨恨的时候。
看来我还是没有做好准备啊。
没想到你对自己还挺严格呢。
我不能只看我想看到的东西啊，那不就和以前一样了吗？
你们看，是不是人逐渐变多了？
我们还是别在这里久留吧。啊，刺梅会的大船，从那里能看到整个白松。
눈깔 뽑아버려 가서. 어떻게 가더라?
Take it easy.
I'm sorry. You probably just wanted a relaxing stroll. And here I am dumping all this heavy stuff on you.
We don't mind. It's actually refreshing to see a different side.
Great. Well, I appreciate your company, so please don't disappear just yet. I don't know whether you can tell, but the years of suffering and loneliness aren't the only reason I have a hard time facing up to who I used to be. As I stand here by the ship, I can't get the images of the rising water out of my mind. One after another, people were taken by the water. All those treasured lives and memories washed out of existence in an instant. They thought their god would protect them. They had absolute faith that when disaster struck, a divine power would save them from harm. And all the while, I played my part to perfection to convince them that was true. But then the floodwaters finally came, and the Hydro Archon did nothing.
You shouldn't look at it like that. You're only doing your duty.
I've had to go through so many moments like that for the sake of protecting the truth. As time went on, it got harder and harder to bear. Eventually, I realized I had nothing left except the truth. I became terrified of completely failing in my task and was haunted by the thought of being left all alone. Fortunately, we were able to avoid the worst-case scenario thanks to the help. Everyone rose to their responsibilities, and I finally regained my freedom. But on some level, freedom also means no longer being needed. I have no further use to people.
Paimon would have never imagined you'd see it that way.
Reward? I guess so. Back then, I didn't even dare to dream about having someone to confide in. I was scared of someone recognizing me for who I truly was, and exposing the secret I swore to protect. Believe in the Farina you see on stage. She is the one you can trust. I had to keep all my feelings, all my curiosity about life to myself. That's what I really meant when I said I'm no good at maintaining relationships.
So that's where you were coming from. Paimon totally thought you were just a bit of a diva at heart.
Could you please get off my case? I don't know what's gotten into you today. I'm making an effort here. You could at least try to do the same. I do. At least the choice is in my hands. All right, it's about time to head back. Paulo should have finished the ending by now.
Sure. Okay, let's head back.
Didn't you say you needed to watch what you eat? You're supposed to be cutting down on fried foods, not wolfing down copious quantities of fish and chips.
그래,
you know?
식단 관리 좀 해라.
Come on. It's not every day we get to dine at Spina di Rosula's expense. Can you believe how generous she is? I'm not about to pass on free food. Anyway, my character doesn't need to be slim and good-looking. That's your job.
Are you kidding me right now? It's not your character's health I'm worried about, it's yours. I've spent my whole life battling the effects of ill health, and it kills me to watch.
Oh no, looks like they're arguing again. We're back! Could you maybe put your different...
Ah, you're back. We've been enjoying Spina di Rosula. Paulo's nearly done.
Great! So you were discussing your characters, right? We heard she's playing the Oceanid who turns into a human girl. What about you?
많이 먹는 사람 역할.
Me? I'm an Oceanid too.
아니네.
He was originally supposed to take the form of a crane, but he outgrew that role.
돼지가 맞긴 하네요.
The costume at least.
물의 정령
So now
돼지.
he's playing the boar instead.
Sorry.
The boar's not a bad character, actually. He's the one who raises the little Oceanid, yes?
That's right. He has some pretty memorable lines too, like when he imparts some solemn words of wisdom to the little Oceanid. If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Wait, that sounds kind of familiar.
It's the most important line in the whole script. She kept quiet about all the trials and tribulations she faced in running our troupe. It was only after she was gone.
You mentioned earlier that the troupe is like your home.
Yeah. I was born with an incurable illness. And once my family found out it couldn't be treated, they decided they didn't want me anymore. I spent some years taking whatever work I could find and trying to manage my illness with various medicines. But whenever I had a bad flare-up, I'd be lying in an alleyway for days at a time. It was like that until the director found me one day. She told me I had a great voice and asked if I was interested in studying singing from her. I said yes.
영어 더빙 좋지 않음?
She took me
연기가 마음에
under
들어
her
확실히.
wing, taught me to both sing and act, helped me find Mora for my meds, took care of me when my condition decided to flare up. I know it was all a huge burden on her.
She sounds like a really incredible person.
She really was. She gave everything she had to her troupe and the people in it. All of us were so proud to call her our director. I was a lost child too when she found me. As the child of a murderer, my parents weren't around when I was little, so I got sent to an orphanage. The other kids were always picking fights with me. They'd say things like, "Come on, you must be pretty tough if you're the son of a murderer." It was just to taunt me, though. I was an easy target, and they knew it. One day, I got beaten up so bad.
Let me guess. Fortunately, the next person you ran into was the director.
Yeah, for the first time in my life.
The day you hoped would never come.
Oh, you're finally done? Get your butt over here. There's someone I need to introduce you to. This is our new artistic consultant, Miss Farina.
Farina? The Farina? Oh my god, how did you manage to wrangle that?
Please, the honor is all mine. I was profoundly moved to hear about your troupe and your wonderful director. I just wanted to do something to help.
그 만나는 사람마다 저렇게 말아주면은 약간 푸리나의 사회 복귀에 도움이
this is
되겠다.
just... Oh wow, I'm sorry. I'll try to calm down. Ah, yes, the script, of course. Let me give you a rundown of how the story unfolds in my version of the script. I'm sure you're already familiar with the beginning of the story.
가족의 권고에도 불구하고 인간으로 변해 살아가기로 정한 물의 정령.
She finds love and friendship in the bustling city. But then, disaster strikes. The people start to notice that all the fresh water in the surrounding area is slowly disappearing. The soil is becoming arid. Plants and
근데
flowers
민물이
are
말라가.
withering. And the little Oceanid, Cleo, and her lover decide to do something about it. In the end, they discover that all the waste and pollution created by humans over the years
환경
has
오염으로
caused the
물이 도망치고
freshwater to
있었다.
flee the land, as if driven by a consciousness of its own.
Consciousness?
Water as a conscious entity. There's actually quite a few stories that explore this theme.
Since the little Oceanid is a water spirit, she immediately understands how the water is feeling. She then tells her lover about her true identity, as her lover accepts her for who she is, and works with her to find a way to bring the water back. However, unbeknownst to them, there were some people eavesdropping when she revealed her secret. The little Oceanid is accused of being directly responsible for driving the water away, and faces the greatest dilemma of her life.
And then?
In the end, she makes the brave decision to sacrifice herself to save her lover, and the rest of humanity.
Huh? But didn't they all treat Cleo like a villain? Why would she want to save them after that?
Well, she mainly wanted to save her lover, plus everyone who'd stood up for her.
Through her love for her human partner, she was able to find an even greater love, one that extended to all of humanity. Surely the biggest strength of Cleo's character.
There's actually something else that bothers me. You know the protagonist is supposed to represent the director, right? And she never had the chance to become a hero in our world. If we're serious about dedicating this show to her memory, we should make the ending as true to life as possible. What about if the little Oceanid is hounded to death by people who hate her, her lover makes sure her secret
What?
never gets out, and humanity continues down the path to extinction?
델피야, 너 에반게리온 같은 거 좋아하니 혹시?
That sounds like too cruel of an ending to me. And perhaps a little irresponsible to present to the audience.
That ending would be a perfect mirror to Director Aureli's death, both arbitrary and meaningless. On the day when she went missing, Director Aureli, we waited and waited at the rendezvous point, but she never came. By the time we returned to the city, she disappeared without a trace. We looked for her. The Gardamex looked for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Increasingly, all the signs seemed to point to her being the latest victim in the serial disappearances case.
The director was the kindest soul in the world, yet she was senselessly sacrificed for the sake.
But doesn't the way she suddenly told you to leave the city suggest that maybe she had some sense of what was about to happen?
I've been trying to follow up on that ever since, but all my efforts so far have turned up nothing. Villemont might know something, but he won't open up to me.
Villemont? The one who's playing the role of the villain?
Yeah. He's been overwhelmed by grief.
Grief? Guilt, more like. Also, I have a hard time imagining that anyone took it harder than me. Because, well, speaking of the play being true to life, I was deeply, madly in love with Aurelie.
What? You kept that one quiet.
It's time to be upfront with you all. No more keeping secrets from each other. We'll never be able to agree on the ending if we can't be— I did tell her how I felt once. She said that we were all like brothers and sisters to her. Not that it came as a shock or anything. I said, maybe one day in the future, when everyone's settled into their own lives and on the up and up, well, maybe then she could reconsider what she really wanted in her— And now—
Paulo.
So if I'm the one writing this ending, then I'm
In that case, you have to straighten things out with Villemont once and for all, face to face. We've all had our differences of opinion over the ending, but those two have never seen—
Well, if that's where we're at—
Are you ready to face the truth?
Honestly, funny you should ask, though. You really do get what I'm going through right now.
I certainly do. Come on, everyone. Allons-y!
먹거든.
Strike a pose!
going. Delphi, are you sure you can manage in your condition?
I could ask you the same question.
Ugh, as if this journey wasn't tough enough.
Don't worry. We should all be fine with the traveler here. Wait, why are you all looking at me? You're not seriously expecting me to fight, are you?
We're just curious, that's all. I don't think anyone's ever seen Furina in a fight before.
Yeah, but don't you remember why? The Hydro Archon willingly gave up all her power so it could be converted into indemnitium. Miss Furina said so herself.
Precisely. And I'm not even the Hydro Archon anymore, so all my power
그럼
is
둘러댄 거로는 이제 물의 신은 맞았다. 근데 이제 에너지가 없다. 그런 거야?
As much as it pains me, unfortunately, I should just stay put. I'm more like a damsel in distress.
그럼 그걸 이제
more
명분
than
삼아서
anything.
좀 연금 주면 되지 않나? 그러니까 폰타인에 쓸 수 있는 뭐 에너지로 바꿨다. 아니면은 물 빠지겠다. 그래서
That sounded so smug. Ugh, secondhand embarrassment is
그래서 그에 대한
unbearable.
감사로 연금을 드리겠습니다.
Hey, lay off, all right? My bluff is hanging from a thread here. I'm sorry. I got carried away. Please help us out, would you?
Aw, too bad. I was so pumped to feast my—
Sorry to leave all the—
Don't worry, piece of cake.
Rise! I will have order.
그렇구나. 프리나를 안 넣었으면은
To oblivion.
체험 캐릭으로 넣어주는 그런 건가 보네 지금.
Shine down.
Order guide you.
Let the world come alive!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Bravo! Good show! You certainly live up to your reputation.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the path is cleared now, so onwards and upwards.
Vilma, are you there?
Huh? Oh, it's you guys. Wait, what's Lady Furina doing here?
I can explain. We've been rounding up the whole
So, you think knowing the truth about the director's disappearance... I care just as much as everyone else about making the Little Oceanid a success. If I open this can of worms now...
Vilma, avoiding the truth will not help anyone. Unless you mean to suggest that Aurelie's death had something to do with you.
I don't want to talk about it.
Listen, Vilma. I used to think that my love for Aurelie was a point of shame. But now, I've made up my mind to put it all on the table. The Little Oceanid cannot be complete unless we do justice to Aurelie on an emotional...
This is why people think of you as not being the smart one. As you all know already, the troupe was kept afloat not from ticket sales, but donations from the audience. Of course, we took on side jobs when we weren't performing, but even then, the troupe's financial situation was pretty dire. So, anyway, one day after a show, a merchant came to me and offered us a huge sponsorship. In return, we just had to provide the audience with their drinks during performances. It seemed like a win-win. So I said yes to it on the spot without consulting the director. It was only when the merchant came to deliver the goods, the drink in question was synth.
Isn't that the drink peddled by the culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
I freaked out when I saw the boxes. And I told the director everything right away. She was completely shocked as well. But she didn't reprimand me for making
마약된
the decision
음료수
without
같은
consulting her.
거라고 보면 되죠.
Instead, she contacted the merchant and stated that the troupe could not agree to this collaboration.
코카콜라 후원인 줄 알았는데 코카인 콜라였던 거지. 약간
The
그런 느낌.
merchant was furious, berated us for going back on our word, and threatened to sue us for damage.
And then...
I was going to sort it on my own, but the director stopped me. She said that this was an... But things only got worse from there. The synth merchant just wouldn't let up. And then suddenly, I admit this whole thing was my mistake. I didn't dare to tell any of you the truth back then. And after the director disappeared, yeah, I got Aurelie killed. There, I said it. Happy now?
Hey, don't say that.
You traitor! You knew Aurelie was in danger. Why in God's name didn't you tell us? What do you mean? You were afraid? This was a life and death situation. We could have saved her. How could you be so stupid?
Please, try not to get too worked up.
Yeah, listen to him. You...
Stay calm? How can I stay calm? This guy got Aurelie murdered. She was the love of my life. And he has the gall to try and high-road us, claiming that he kept his mouth shut for the sake of the show. How about taking some responsibility for what he's done?
여기에 조그맣게 있는 게 귀엽다. 짱박혀 있어.
All I can say is I'm sorry. Truly. I'm just a coward who made an awful, terrible mistake that I can never take back. Beat me up if you want. Kill me if you prefer. It's what I deserve. End my life. So I can meet the director and apologize to her in person.
Get out of my sight. Go, get lost. I don't ever want to see your face again.
That's enough! You've screamed and shouted at each other for long enough. Now, can you stop conflating the show on stage with your real-life relationships in the troupe? You keep saying that you want to use this final performance to pay tribute to your director and celebrate her life. How can you do that if you're just using it as an excuse to vent your own emotions?
You're right.
I'm sorry.
On stage, the lead role is the focal point of the audience's attention. And you're all used to seeing the director as the heart of the troupe. But in her own life, her greatest desire wasn't to be the center of attention. What she wanted was to build a warm home for all of her breath. I understand why you're trying to make her the hero of the story, but...
Yeah.
So think hard about what that means. And then think again about what you hope to achieve by... If you really hate each other and can't reconcile your differences, then you could just call it quits now. Why bother with the final performance if the group is already fractured? But you can't bring yourself to do that, can you? You care too much about Director Aurelie and the home she built you all to let go. What are you laughing at? I don't see what's so funny.
Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that, for a moment there, if she'd seen Paulo and Villemont at each other's throats like that, she would have scolded them exactly like you did, and that—
Really? But she sounded like such a gentle person.
Of course she was. Even her harshest lectures came from a place of kindness, and it showed. She really was a truly outstanding person.
What you said.
그러면 결국 수선화 십자 결사에는 뭐였고 수선화 십자 결사에는 뭐였고 마리아는 누구고 PV에서 나왔던 그 시계 떨어지는 건 뭐였고 그게 이건가?
I'm truly sorry. I really meant for this to be
혼잣말임
an
알려주지 마세요.
apology, but
스포일러하지 마세요.
I
혼잣말이니까.
ended up making it all about me and my self.
It's all right.
So,
Clearly, everyone needs to take a step back for now and reflect on what really matters. What the end of the story needs to focus back on Aurelie herself. She's...
What do you mean?
The Traveler is right. If you could find anything that...
You really think that's possible?
I trust that nobody would object to the ending of...
No.
Well...
Come, let's pay a visit to the Palais...
그건 바로
Here you are.
You want to review some recovered items connected to victims of the serial disappearances case? Still, since you were the ones who discovered and submitted the evidence in the first place, you don't actually have to submit an application. Okay, please hold on. I'll have...
So, this is all O'Reilly left behind. Just whatever she was carrying.
Hey! It's full of script lines!
Let me take a look. Maybe there's something in here from after she was kidnapped. Aha! I found something. To whoever discovers this diary, looks like she kept a detailed record of her captor's actions. She even mentions the truth behind the experiments on dissolving young women. If we'd had the chance to examine this notebook carefully back then, it would have been a conclusive piece of evidence proving Vacher's guilt.
Vacher took so many lives.
I guess O'Reilly must have written all of this down in the hope that her wait, it cuts off. Her handwriting here gets her final words are... I'll let you read them.
She was so terrified.
She may have been a mighty hero in the eyes of her troop. I can't bear to think how painful... wait. This part on the last... If you become human, you can reveal your...
Isn't that the most important line in the Little Oceanid?
Because I am an older sister to them.
Oh.
So she didn't regret her decision. I'm sure this is what the troop... She had their utmost trust, admiration. Let's go.
피곤하긴 하다 확실히. 근데 내용이 궁금해가지고 그냥 하는 중.
She deserves a hero's farewell. If that's the only way to convey to the audience the courage and selflessness that she showed in the face of...
Even in the last moments of her life, she was still leaving a trail for others.
She did her best to protect as many people as possible. We know what choice our little Oceanid would have made now. Well, Vilmont, if we put the past aside for now...
I will channel all my regret and put it into my performance. I won't ask for your forgiveness, and you don't need to worry about my feelings. This...
Then it seems like we've reached a consensus. I have a feeling that this will turn out to be the most mesmerizing performance of your lives.
Really? How can you be so sure when you've never even seen them perform before?
Don't underestimate my experience. After watching a countless number of musicals, I've learned one important thing. If you want to move the audience with your music, you must fully commit and immerse yourself in your role. Pouring and aren't human. I don't believe anybody could be more committed to bringing this story to life.
Thank you for the vote of confidence, Miss Farina.
Then, let's not delay things any longer.
Actually, before that, I'd like to make a proposal. During the curtain call, please allow me to use the director's name instead.
Huh? But then...
After all, this role was originally meant to be played by the director. Besides, a role commemorating her life.
Well, if you're sure you're okay with that...
Now we're talking like a serious acting troupe. Alright, I'll leave you to fine-tune your musical while I go and procure a stage.
Procure a stage?
Oh, it's okay.
That place? Oh, don't be silly. For an extraordinary show, we need an extraordinary stage. By which I, of course, mean the Opera Epiclese.
Whoa, wait, what?
No. That's never going to work. It's far too fancy.
What are you afraid of? Surely you don't think that O'Reilly's story is unworthy of the grandest stage and...
No, though that's...
It is supposed to be your grand finale, right?
I'll take your silence as a yes. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Well, then don't disappoint me. If you mess this up, it'll reflect poorly on me too. Come on, we'll need to get the go-ahead from Nervilette.
First Miss Farina, now the Opera Epiclese?
Hey, come on.
Yeah.
During the final scene,
Best of luck to you.
리비에트 길바닥에 있는 거 보니까 멜리즘 만지고 있나 보다. 여기 빵에 버터 발라먹는 애가 있는 데잖아.
Hey,
여기
look.
있네?
I knew you'd be here.
I'm here merely for a short break. It has been a while, Miss Farina. And you too, traveler in Paimon. What might I assist you with today?
I would like to book the Opera Epiclese for an event. You see...
I understand. The process for booking the Opera Epiclese is complex and can be somewhat cumbersome. But given that the request is coming from the three of you, I see no reason to make things unduly difficult. The story of the little Oceanid is most fascinating. I'm looking forward to seeing it performed on stage. I will say, however, that I am surprised to see your passion for the performing arts rekindled after all that has happened.
Huh? What do you mean? Do I look excited?
Yes, and this is the first time that I've seen you like this since your departure from deityhood.
At first, I just felt bad about rejecting them. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about their situation. But one thing led to another, and... well, here we are. In the past, we sat in our high chairs in the court, giving our opinions on isolated cases, all while knowing very little about the human stories behind each and every one. Maybe it's because I finally become an ordinary person and gained my freedom. But I've developed a great sense of curiosity about their lives.
I am truly delighted to see you find a new lease on life. Now that you've regained some confidence, have you had any thoughts regarding a return to the stage?
Why would you suddenly ask a question?
Well, if the Little Oceanid turns out to be a great success, it will no doubt become a classic. Many theater companies are certain to add it to their repertoire. The experiences and decisions of the protagonist Cleo are all modeled after your own. Naturally, this makes you eminently suited to playing the leading role. It would truly be a shame if you did not take this opportunity to allow audiences to enjoy.
Haven't I already made myself clear? I won't act or perform in any role, nor do I think it is any great shame. This experience is a case in point. I feel like I must admit, though, I'm a little envious. They're quite fortunate to be able to bid farewell to their past in such a magnificent manner.
I see. Well, I'm glad to learn that you have found a role to play that you enjoy, be it on the stage or not. I sincerely hope the show will serve as the grandest of finales. I will have my staff book the date.
Thanks, Nip.
You are very welcome. Many people were once enthralled by Lady Farina. I hope that one day she'll...
멜리신. 내용 좀 길구만.
Take it easy.
여기 있다. 버터를 좋아하는 멜리신이에요. 버터가 없으면 빵을 안 먹겨놨대.
Good news, everyone. It's done. The opera epiclese is booked. Thanks to my eloquent and impassioned speech, Monsieur Neuvillette was moved to provide us with a fitting stage for this special performance. We've had to fight every step of the way for this opportunity, but we now have all of the ingredients necessary
얘가
to
좀
stage
생기가
a
돌아왔네.
truly spectacular, a touching story, a magnificent venue, and last but not least, a passionate and dedicated cast.
말에 과장도 늘어갔고
Now,
늘어났고.
let's work together and make this show the best it can be.
This is truly wonderful.
The sooner we can finalize the ending, the more time we'll have to rehearse. Fiamma and I just went over some parts of the script and tweaked a few things. I think it's really going to resonate with the audience now.
Wow, you two had a constructive conversation? That's great!
Communication is vital to any good performance.
Look at us. We've come so far. I never could have pictured this scene a few days.
It's amazing! Even though Farina's still being a bit of a drama queen about it all, she's really fired everyone up!
Please feel free to give us any comments or suggestions.
Hey, Loic, get over here. Time to practice the opening number.
Cursed Cleo. She stole the waters of life from us. She's a fraud, and she must pay for her crimes.
This has nothing to do with her. The ignorance and hatred of our people is to blame. How can we hope to win back the water's favor if we don't change our ways?
분수를 천으로 묘사했네. 이렇게 귀엽다.
This guy could be useful. Take him hostage. If Cleo wants him back, she'll
leave this place, O little Oceanid, and never, ever look back.
짝짝짝짝.
Everyone's really throwing themselves into their roles. I haven't seen such a fine performance in a long time. If only.
What should we do? It's almost time for her to take the stage!
왜 병이 도졌어? 병이 도져서 어쩔 수 없이 프리나가 공연하는 거야?
Why does it have to be
그렇구나.
now?
Hey, what's going on? You're due on stage any second now. Oh no, not again. But why? What about your new meds? Did they stop working?
They've been getting less and less effective over time. I've had to keep increasing my dose.
What? I thought they cure it. So they were only managing your symptoms?
I figured whatever it took to get me through this final performance.
How could you do this to yourself? And after that lecture you gave me about not looking after my health.
그거는 좀 다르지. 얘는 병이고 너는 그냥 돼지잖아.
I'm sorry. I've let everyone down.
You...
Miss Farina, I'd like to make a request of you.
Say no more. If you're sick, you need to rest. I know what you're going to ask. Loic, your character has no more scenes, correct?
Oh, yeah. I think my scenes are all done. Although, I do have one more line. But I guess another guy in the...
Please take Delphi back to her place to rest. From the sublime to...
Thank you, Miss Farina. I'm so sorry to put you in this position after
Never mind. What's done is done. It's really my own fault for getting in too deep. No one likes regrets, myself included. Leave it to me. I've watched you rehearse so many times that I've learned Cleo's part by heart.
I do not doubt your acting skills, but please allow me to ask just one more question. After all, this show is dedicated. What, in your opinion, is the reason Cleo shines so brightly?
It's her pure heart.
그러니까 영어로는 퓨어 하트라고 했는데 한국어 음성이었으면 단순하다고 했겠죠. 아, 영어 좋아 안 좋아?
Despite all the pain and loneliness she had to endure, she never once stopped believing in the beauty in this world.
Well said. I leave Director O'Reilly in your hands.
퓨어 하트랑 단순하다라는 거는 완전히 많은 차이가 있죠. 뉘앙스의 차이가 엄청나지.
Is she here yet? Let's get here.
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je suis, serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
Is it just me? Or was that Lady Farina on the stage just now?
She hasn't been seen for a while now, and she just appears out of nowhere? Gotta say, though, her acting skills are as superb as ever.
The little Oceanid, Cleo, played by Aurélie Fumont.
Wait, that's not her name. What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe it's just a doppelganger.
I've spent a lot of time out of the spotlight, and they didn't use my name during the curtain call either. It's too bad that I had to break the... Still, I have to admit that it felt good to be...
Finally, we would like to give a special thanks to our artistic consultant and event coordinator, Miss Farina.
Hey! That's not what we agreed on!
길거당함.
Oh, so it was Farina after all.
She's back!
Honestly, what is he doing? He should have run that by me first.
All right, calm down. Don't be mad. This was a group decision. We just didn't want your contributions to go unacknowledged. After all, it's been the rule in Fontaine since ancient times that everyone's
Yes, I know the rule, but it should still be applied on a case-by-case basis.
It's no big deal. What's the worst that could happen?
Oh, yeah? Well, since you think it's so easy, you can sign them for me.
This is a great chat and all, but can we talk about that crazy thing that happened during the show? It nearly gave Paimon a heart attack. Paimon flew over to where she was supposed to be and was about to drop the prop vision, and then suddenly, a real one popped out of thin air!
페이먼 개 놀랬어.
Oh, that. I've got no idea what happened there either. But hey, it worked pretty well, didn't it? I'll bet the audience has never seen such a realistic prop.
Wait, what about Dolphy? I wonder how she's doing.
Oh, let's go check on her as soon as we finish clearing this.
Yes. Plus, she'll definitely want to hear how the end of the show went. If nothing else, we can safely say that we accomplished what we set out to do.
델피와 로익 찾기. 그럼 이제 프리나는 신 코스프레하는 인간에서 적어도 신의 눈 가진 사람은 됐네요. 유용한 점이 많죠. 신의 눈깔이 있어요. 그렇다 하더라. 어디로 가야 돼? 안 그래도 그 일러스트가 공개됐던 일러스트에 흰색 프리나는 그냥 보석 장식이고 검은색 프리나만 저거 있었는데 신의 눈깔 있었는데 신 코스프레 할 때는 신은 원래 눈깔 없어도 잘 되니까 그래서 안 달고 다녔나봐. 그런 장식도 안 달고 다녔나봐.
Ah, you're back. She's doing okay. Her condition stabilized after taking some of.
How did the performance go?
You'll be glad to know it was fantastic!
That's wonderful. I'm so sorry I...
No, don't worry about it. Like they told me after announcing my name during the curtain, even though you couldn't see it through to the final scene, the audience was very impressed by your performance.
Well, one way or another, we did it. I've
신의
had
눈자리에
bad luck
물음표 있었어?
ever since I was born, so I never expect things to go smoothly in life. I'm just happy to know that we went out on a high note. That's all that matters.
Blaming your bad luck again, are we?
신의 눈자리?
Maybe if you didn't push yourself
운명의 자리
past your
말씀하신
limits
거
so
아니에요?
much, your illness wouldn't be flaring up all the time.
Oh, don't you start.
아닌가?
I don't have the energy to argue.
Aw, you two clearly care.
I don't know what you're talking.
You mean we never stop arguing?
So, any plans for the next step? After the brilliant performance you put on, the reputation of your troupe is sure to spread through Fontaine like wildfire. You could capitalize on the rave reviews and license out the little Oceanid to the bit.
No, we should still disband.
Yeah, it's what we all agreed to.
After all that's happened, I should give you guys some space.
Hey, don't just walk off!
I still want to keep performing, so I might join another troupe. After watching Miss Farina's performance, I think I'm starting to understand.
You should do it.
Oh, so now you finally got. What about you, Miss Farina? Any few?
Well, frankly, I think a return to obscurity is no longer an option for me. I'm sure you rather sealed my fate there with your special thanks at the end of the show.
Sorry.
It's quite all right. No need to apologize. what I meant to say is that this whole experience has shown me that maybe Nervilette was right. Maybe Cleo is the right role for me. I still don't wish to pretend to be someone else, but I do have a desire to express myself, yeah. There was once a time when I was an actress in a masquerade, but from now on, I want to spend my time learning real stories about real people. I want to watch them blossom and wither, see them refined on the page, retold on the stage, and I'm sure this is what captivated director O'Reilly as well.
Sounds like you're ready to stop running from your true calling. The more you get out into the world, the more you'll discover what a fascinating place.
Then it's a deal. If a vision is a gift from the gods, then I should do my best to honor it. It's ironic to think that in my whole... And now that the gods have given me their blessings... I knew you'd miss me.
아, 신의 눈 물 요거. 여기 물음 피었다. 유명한데. 다 했다. 이제 쉬자. 이제 쉽시다. 많은 걸 했네요. 피곤해라. 와, 다 달렸어 결국에 끝까지 했어. 이렇게 깨고 쉬어야지. 그리고 아마 무기 천장이 슬슬 천장이 쳐질 거라 천장까지 깔고 가자. 자진 않을 건데 아마. 그래서 결국 이건 뭐였음? 그래서 결국 이건 뭐야? 왜 여기지? 혼잣말임. 분명히 PV에서는 요거 막 떨어지고 그랬는데 요거 멀쩡하죠? 그럼 이 퀘스트를 하고 싶죠? 궁금하죠? 그러면 근데 다 나온 거 아니야 내용? 그러니까 지금 여기서 나오는 내용들은 이제 포칼로스나 프리나랑 관계없는 거 아니야? 아닌가? 있나? 아 궁금해. 전부 알고 싶어. 그거 다 하면 이제 너무 피곤하니까 목도 좀 쉴 겸 진짜 쉽시다. 어지럽다. 아마 처음부터 보신 분은 없겠죠 지금? 다들 중간에 교체가 됐겠죠? 자러 간 사람, 중간에 온 사람 그렇게 갈릴 것 같은데 감사했고요. 뭐야 월드퀘인데? 귀엽다. 근데 풀이나 전설캐 말이 많다는 게 왜요? 그러니까 전형적인 그거라서 풀이나 위주가 아니고 플레이어블 캐릭터 위주가 아니고 약간 다른 놈 이야기가 많아서 아 근데 저 이거 뭐지? 유이미야 같은 놈들 쾌랑 다르게 약간 결국 푸리나가 다시 이제 활력을 얻고 뭔가를 하게 되는 그런 거다 보니까 아예 또 관련이 없는 얘기는 아니긴 하죠. 아, 대사가 좀 페이몬 대사 좀 인성 터지긴 했음 아까. 아니 나 이 퀘 하고 싶지 않은데 지금 왜 강제로 시작을 시키죠? 저는 그냥 평판 레벨을 받으러 온 건데 왜? 대체 왜? 꺼져 제발. 아 이틀에 걸쳐서랑 별개로 하기 싫어요 지금. 나중에 할 거야. 난 그냥 이거 뭐지? 스팀버드에서 평판 그거 받으려고 한 것 뿐인데 이틀 걸리든 일주일 걸리든 그건 중요하지 않아요. 그래서 싫은 게 아니야. 읽기 싫은데 지금 텍스트를 읽기 싫어. 많이 읽었어 오늘. 치워. 안 볼래. 비켜. 뭘 해야 됐더라? 1쾌. 요거만 하고 나머지는 스킵으로 합시다. 밤이랬나? 다음날 9시가 아니었나? 수련 포인트라고 아시나요? 알아요. 이걸 하는 이유는 이걸 깨면 아마 업적이 있을 거라서 하는 거임. 나머지 퀘는 그래서 스킵으로 하겠다고 했잖아. 19시. 일쾌 중에 이제 스토리 있는 것들은 업적이 있으니까. 스토리가 없는 요런 것들은 업적이 없지만 요런 건 업적이 있으니까 하는 거예요. 맞아요. 이게 랜덤으로 나오다 보니까 그러니까 나라를 지정해도 내가 안 깬 업적이 막 우선순위로 나오고 하지 않아서. 저도 지금 문드에 그거 그 스네지나야 돼지 도와주는 쾌가 있거든요. 그거를 못 깨고 있는데 어쩔 수 없어. 나머지는 이제 밀면 되겠죠 이걸로. 그래서 안 쓴 거예요 이걸. 제가 모르는 게 아닙니다.
Thank you for.
아 근데 지금 6시간째 원신 하고 있는 사람이 이 수련 포인트 모르면은 그럼 좀 문제가 있지. 그쵸? 회장님 그럼 여긴 또 왜 온 건가요? 라고 할 수도 있는데 광물 캐러 왔습니다. 나무도 캘 겸. 2개를 동시에 하려고. 어딨어? 그리고 레진 한 번 더 빼면 가능하긴 한데. 심도 가능하네요. 거의 푸리나됨. 푸리나만큼의 재력됨. 그냥 신의 눈 있는 일반인 때문에 남은 게 없다. 뭐 해야 되지? 이거 또 요걸 하면 원석이 생기겠죠? 뭐야 이거? 이렇게만 쓸 수 있어? 아 물이 없잖아 이거. 이렇게 하자. 아이 피곤해. 읽을걸. 뭐라고? 룸 문자를 활성화하면 뭐라고? 다시 말해줘봐. 활성화하면은 애들이 약해진대. 약해지면 근데 점수를 덜 주나? 그런 게 아니네? 그냥 하는 게 맞네.
Right here. Right now.
오래 걸리는 건 없어요. 커트라인 없어요? 아 그럼 그냥 감전만 많이 시키면 되는 건가? 아 그래요?
The tides beckon.
Right here. Right now.
리비에테가 세니까 좀 덜 때려야 될 것 같아. 물만 발라놓고 애들 감전 될 때까지 기다려야 될 것 같아. 목 개 아프다 지금 진짜로.
Right here. Emerge. A sight to behold. What a nuisance.
그리고 종려 있으니까 괜히 저거 생긴다. 결정 생긴다. 아마 나가서도 최종 저기에서도 있겠지. 뭐야 이게? 너 되게 이상한 무기를 갖고 있구나. 넌가? 이건 내 피슬이고.
Silence.
다 채웠다.
This is order.
Right here. Right now.
Midnight Ventat, let the mighty be humbled.
Following orders.
Finally, on some target practice.
Bow your head.
Stretch your wings and raise
Right
a
here.
storm.
I'm always watching. Emerge.
Be sanctified.
No.
그렇구나. 죽어간다. 그렇구나 이러고 있어. 원석을 많이 주네요. 리니 안 써봤는데. 종려는 왜 자꾸 주는 거야? 그냥 그렇구나. 푸리나요? 푸리나 그 신의 눈 달고 있는 일반인 캐릭터요. 그 친구 풀돌했어요. 근데 신이 아니었어. 신이었던 적도 없었어. 슬픈 얘기야. 후회하냐고. 나 스킬 메커니즘은 몰라. 강공한 다음에 그 다음에 이었던 것 같은데 기억으로. 네가 쿨이 길구나.
A round of applause.
Nice and spicy.
풀돌 후회하냐는 질문에는 약간 여러 감정이 있어 사실. 물론 캐릭이 귀엽긴 해. 근데 굳이 풀돌을 했어야 됐나라는 의문은 있긴 해. 살짝. 좋은 캐릭터인 건 맞지만 적당한 선까지만 했어도 충분히 좋지 않을까. 그래봤자 5돌인가? 아니지 5돌은 저거잖아. 원소전투잖아. 원소전투니까 4돌? 3돌? 그 정도로도 충분하지 않았을까 하는 생각을 하긴 해요.
I will have order.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's.
진짜 신이었으면 후회 안 하냐고? 모르겠어. 사실 근데 그런 생각을 하긴 했을 거예요. 이러나 저러나 진짜 신이었어도 그런 뭔가 그냥 귀엽고 상징성이 있고 있는 거지. 풀돌 하느니 그냥 4돌인가 3돌쯤에서 멈추는 게 나을 수도 있어. 성능.
Everybody stand back. You're
아, 강공을 해야 되지. 잠깐만. 야, 죽이지 말아봐 이거. 강공 횟수가 부족하다. 잠깐만. 죽일 때가 아니었어. 이걸로도 강공하면 되니까. 이것도 인정이니까. 이걸로 하고 이걸로 하고 스태미나 거. 이거 심지어 베넷은 여러 대 때려가지고 강공이 잘 쌓인다. 여러 대라서 잘 쌓이네요.
Let's light it up. I'm going in.
I will have order.
Boba, get them. Let's get this show on the road. Eat this. And voila. Here comes the finale. Now disappear.
This is order. Quake.
Teamwork is dream. You're toast.
아무래도 제가 한국인이다 보니까 그런 간판이나 타이틀에 좀 그게 있긴 해. 여전히 귀엽고 한 건 맞지만, 여전히 귀엽고 여전히 쓸만한 성능인 건 맞겠지만, 하지만 간판이 물의 신에서 그냥 피슬급 된 거잖아. 그냥 여기에 있는 어떤 청년과도 같은 급 된 거잖아 지금. 그냥 토마급 된 거잖아 갑자기. 그래서 약간 흠이긴 해. 사기라기보다는 애초에 그 스토리가 나올 때 가차를 추가한 거라서 좀 다르긴 함. 그러니까 스토리를 먼저 깼으면은 사기 당하진 않음. 약간 다르긴 한데 귀여우니까 봐주자. 비록 그냥 토마 중운 이런 급 되긴 했지만 지금 위치 토마 중운 은근 그런 급이랑 똑같아. 지금 다를 게 없습니다. 이제 끄자. 이거 가차 돌리고 끄자. 한 번밖에 안 돼. 천장이 아직도 안 터졌어. 너무해. 연기도 하고 진짜 은근이네요. 그니까. 저 이거 부족함. 저 이거 필요함. 갑자기 죄송한데 지금밖에 없는 기회. 제가 특별히 저거 먹어드림. 나중에 자랑할 수 있어요. 그 월큐 안 했음. 근데 지금 월큐를 하고 싶지가 않아요. 피곤해. 퀘스트를 쭉 달렸더니 피곤해가지고 뭔가 글을 더 읽고 싶지 않음. 제 거 드세요. 알겠습니다. 자, 어딨지? 이분 아니에요? 이거 님 아님? 이거? 아, 이거란다. 이게 저 아니에요? 그거 다 먹었어요. 어떻게 들어가?
Strike a pose.
제가 원신을 켜야 됨. 감사합니다. 설 위해서 원신까지 켜주시고
There is no escape.
정말 감사한 일이야. 아 어떻게 근데 사람이 하루아침에 일반인이 되지? 하다못해 그거 있으면 좋겠다. 그 스토리 중에 나온 진짜 포칼로스의 옷 같은 거 그런 거라도 여기 있으면은 좀 나을 것 같은데 그마저도 없다? 그냥 일반인이다. 그냥 사람이다. 그냥 500살 살은 500년 살은 사람이다. 약간 그렇긴 해. 그냥 500살 먹은 은근이네. 그니까. 마신임무 재밌었나요? 네. 재미는 있었어요. 일단 속도가 빠른 거 1개 그리고 속도가 빠른 거 2개 갑시다. 여기 아마 둘러 있었던 것 같은데 어딘가. 우리맨 쪽에 한 바퀴 둘러져 있다 보니까 다. 왜 안 보이지? 아 왜 이렇게 렉걸려 이거. 여기 있어야 되지 않아? 맵을 보고 할까 그냥? 아니야 돌면 어차피 있어 어딘가에. 약간 끊긴다 근데. 이상하다. 왜 없지? 다음 장소 뭐 여긴가 여긴가 이런 데 있음. 여기도 있고. 없음 제가 먹은 거임? 아 그래요? 실례지만 그 다 드신 거 아닌가요? 정말 있는 거 맞나요? 정말 있는 거 맞나요? 의뢰 완료. 여기 아니면 요 위쪽에 있거든. 있다 있다. 여긴 있다 여긴 있다. 그리고 여기 있었나 모르겠네. 온통 풀이나 이야기네. 그쵸. 그리고 내용도 재밌었다 보니까. 이거 업적 있을 것 같다. 이 사과. 이 사과 먹으면 업적 있을 것 같아. 드세요.
Quietly now.
여긴 아니었네. 그러니까 그 쾌도 마신 쾌도 재밌었고 풀이나 자체도 이제 귀엽다 보니까.
Take it easy.
반대편에 있다. 근데 그거 1쾌를 저 있을 때 깨면은 호감도를 둘밖에 못 받지 않나요? 아니 말고. 아님 말고. 또 어디 있더라? 여기 위에 있던가 여기? 괜찮아요. 아 그래요? 전 그래가지고 보통 센 거 한 개나 두 개 넣고 나머지는 호감도로 넣는데 여기도 없네. 맵을 안 보고 그냥 기억나는 대로 갖다 박다 보니까 어디 있나 모르겠다. 이게 단가? 더 있었을 텐데 어딘가에. 됐어요. 그만 먹을게요. 어차피 한 번 올릴 수 있으면 됐어. 감사합니다. 복 받으세요. 비록 몇 개 못 먹었지만. 어떻게 나가지? 왜? 자, 기념사진 찍으세요. 자, 갑니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 덕분에 레벨업 시킬 수 있어요. 덕분에 저희 피슬, 토마, 중은, 운근과 같은 신구를 레벨업 시킬 수 있습니다. 여섯 개 먹었네. 6개를 먹고 왔습니다. 6개. 아, 나 목 너무 아프다. 이따가 작업 방송을 켤지 그냥 쉴지 모르겠음. 오케이, 아무튼 그런 걸로 감사했고요. 이제 중간부터 오신 분, 처음부터 보신 분, 주무시러 가신 분, 전부 다 너무 감사했고 저는 이제 쉬러 갈게요. 아셔야 될 거는 다음 방송은 휴방이거나 목을 쉬거나 100% 가뜩이나 이제 목이 좀 안 좋은 상태에서 마신임무 하고 싶어가지고 억지로 하다 보니까 진짜 목 개 아프다. 이제 진짜로 그냥 안 좋다 정도가 아니고 아프다로 갔어. 이제는 쉴게요. 그러면 나중에 뵙겠습니다. 몇 시간 뒤에 올 수도 있어요. 작업으로. 알바비 벌어야지. 감사했습니다. 마지막에 그거 캐게 해주는 것도 감사하고요. 바로 쉬러 갈게요. 재밌었습니다 오늘. 하는 놈만 재밌는 게임. 갈게요.